Bkk.Lt What a time to turn up the heat. Let's get ourselves ready for some 86 Challenge Thailand racing action merged in together today with the GR86 Cup Malaysia. Welcome in to racing action from the Sepang International Circuit, or to be more accurate, the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, as we are a stone's throw away from the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, and we're getting ourselves ready for this racing action that takes place. We've jumped in just ahead of the Formula One. I'm Jake Sperry, Scott Rankin alongside with me for today's action. Dan Yeaman in the production truck for this one today. And Scott, my goodness, am I looking forward to half an hour of one make madness that's going to be coming up. 29 cars all on circuit, trying to prove that they are top dog.
Mate, hello and welcome. To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you directly, Jake, but this is my favourite track internationally, and there's for good reason. It's fast, it's flowing, it's switching back. And this weekend as well, the Thailand Super Series will mesh our Toyota Challenge drivers, or the 86 Challenge drivers, with the Malaysian Toyota 86 Cup. 29 cars out here. A new opportunity to show up a whole bunch of different entries in this series as well. So this creates just a couple of extra little challenges. This is a lot of these guys' first time out on track with each other, and that is going to bring probably a few of these guys unstuck. So look, they've all got to survive in it. They're all in basically near identical machinery. It's all about the driver in this series, and at the same time, it's all about growing the drivers in this series as well. This is one of those rungs on your way up to international fame. And you know, the thing is, in cup styled racing, you either sink or you swim. This really shakes out for a lot of these guys.
It absolutely does, and we see so often how important it is to just give yourself that platform to say, look, we're building the role of responsibility in a one-make series. This is probably the space, Scott, where we start talking about it's okay to make mistakes here. When you get up to the higher ranks of competition, when you get into GT spec, for example, it becomes a lot less how do you do in terms of making mistakes. Here is the perfect time to experiment and to ply your trade.
That's it. A car that's also going to reward you, and as well for the fans watching along at home, one of the things that you guys need to certainly keep an eye on is those headlights. As soon as you see the headlights are flash when we're looking at the front end of the cars, they're into the ABS. So there is a lot of those really visual aids to sort of pump that series out. You can see there's quite a lot of interest in this series as well. A lot of media walking up and down the field. A lot of people walking around and really enjoying themselves. Of course, the lovely grid girls over in Malaysia as well. Don't forget the humidity. We talked about this quite a lot back at Bung Said. It's a little bit at Chang International Circuit as well. But it's really, really important here. And you know, there's always the threat. It's baking hot out there. The heat haze really says that to everyone watching along at home. But you can't just get comfortable with that heat haze, because it can just swing at a moment's notice.
It absolutely can, and so that is going to make for a lot of battling. As far as the TSS Championship is, or the 86 Challenge Championship is concerned, it has been dominant 3 wins out of 4 out there for Vongsapat Ketsuri, who has had 3 wins to start and a 3rd place finish, and critically has an 18-point gap at the top of this running, and starts 2nd here today and gets himself a good run. It's Pancha Viprip who he's trying to battle out from B-Quik Racing, who is 2nd currently in the championship, and then you've got Clayton Nelms, who is then 3rd overall at Fane Lab Racing on 50 points. That's where the main bulk of the championship is going to be setting, and our focus is going to be there. But one thing that we are noting and keeping a lot of focus on with that is you've got the added pressure now of different cars interspersed, different challengers out there interspersed. So if you're talking direct battling, it's going to be a little bit harder here today around a circuit that starts off incredibly flowing, and for a circuit like this, for this level of power, a lot of overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of drafting, a lot of switchbacks, and that's the big thing about this. Is part of why I love Sepang. Think about turn 1. You can, if you're brave enough, go straight in and take an apex away from somebody at turn 1. But equally, they've got the opportunity to get on the brakes, turn the car back under, and cross you over. The thing is, when you cross over at turn 1, that puts you on the outside for turn 2, and turn 2, you kind of want to hold that inside. So you'll see a classical move is to come in, sort of deny the apex away at turn 1, come in a little bit hot, but only a little bit hot. You want to wash a little bit wide, control turn 2. It's switchbacks. Downforce, of course, not a big part of these cars. You'll get an opportunity to see when we roll away here onto our formation lap. It's a very, very long formation lap as well. Main pit lanes in operation here as well. We also have the classic cars here this weekend not being covered by us as well, but had an opportunity to chat to Daniel Bilski a little bit about that. Yet again, he loves getting out there with and supporting all the categories of racing out here. Secondary pit lane, it's over on the back straight that comes down to the final hairpin. So there's 2 separate pit lanes that are in operation here this weekend as well. But how good does a full field of 29 Toyota 86s look ready to be released?
Absolutely, and it is the 44B that is in control as they release off then for their formation lap from Class O in Malaysia 86 Cup. Amir Harris Jeffrey and Aslan Shah. There's another difference for you. They actually switched their drivers race to race out there in series. It's then Vongsapat Ketsuri who is 2nd, and then Carl Bennett will be going from 3rd position for the AF Racing X Autoworks number 9 out there in that lovely popping brown and there as they go through. So we'll keep an eye out as far as they go and run, but they are going to be looking around at the cups that they've got. So we've got Legends Cup, that's currently piloted around 13th to 15th at the moment is where the front of the Legends Cup is, and then you got Elisa Kunkwang, who is doing a brilliant job as the only representative Scot of the Ladies Cup.
But she's out there and she's having fun, and as well the fans tend to really enjoy her being out there, and she gets a lot of popularity on the show. And he comes through for the starting grid, though, Sperry.
Yep, Amir Harris Jeffrey then in control with Vongsapat Ketsuri in 2nd, Carl Bennett and Clayton John Nelms there in 4th position. Adi Rahimi Rashid is then in 5th for Mushtari Smirt, with B-Quik's Pancha Wiprip all the way back in 6th, Aaron Haikal and Rahul there, Rajmaya in 8th place. You've then got Atapon Keoasa and then Ayrton Modazim, Hendra Adiputra and Jajit Sindilan then for Tedco Racing, the 25B there in that 12th position. There is Thamrong Marongkul there in 13th, and Ratharkorn, it's going so quick, you're not going to get a chance to say some of these names out there. Going Chuan is 17th with Tang Enping in 18th, with Chang Chun Min and Chinawat there in 20th position. Cycling through, you see the likes there of Elisa Kunkwang in 23rd, Modifies Ibrahim alongside Petrolife in 24th position, and then all the way back to 29th we go, where you got the likes of Unkwok Kwang, Tan Hon Jin there in the 26th position, and then you got Sorowit Seitung 27th with Faisal Sharil, and then Goli Heng, about 5 cars unable to set times in qualifying, which included a disqualification for not making weight out there. So that put one of the drivers back out there. I believe the name I was trying to say was Rotherborn Krisawara Vachara. Yeah, just got out there for the Thomas Racing TH team. They're in overall, so getting set then for action as they run. Heading over to the very important turn 9 hairpin. You climb the hill off of the exit, and it is very, very tough out there as far as you go, looking to try and get the attack off of that and pushing. So you've got to make sure that you get that climb up the hill, and these long flowing middle sectors, corners, are all there to challenge. Okay, when's the right time to turn and brake at the same time, Scott?
Well, you've got to be carrying that brake pedal right to the apex, but it's only a minor carry of that brake pedal. The tyres are going to cook a little bit as well, and what you'll see is probably in the opening laps a little bit of that ABS brake activation, and there's headlights sort of flashing, and then they'll build into a really nice pace in the next couple of laps, and then they'll start to fade and get high back into those ABS. So the problem is you definitely want to get in nice and late on the brakes, but you're going to really rely to keep a lot of that weight over the front end of these cars as well. Not a lot of power, so this category actually becomes quite a lot about carrying momentum off those corners. So in terms of when and where to brake, in an 86, it's probably about 4 or 5 different ways to get at it. But the thing has got to be, you've got to maximize, whatever that is, to maximize your minimum speed and carry momentum. That's the critical technique to get right here.
Yeah, we'll be keeping a very, very stern look at who is carrying that speed as they will now get up to double wide and get themselves ready for this start. They have this launch along the long back straight and now look for that, what is now an off-camber final section. You see some of these support pits there on the right-hand side, showing you just how much they are having to work. And there is the marshal holding the 2x2 sign there in the left-hand corner to say, yep, you're going to have to get 2x2. As the evening sun there looks fade, look at that, 2x2. You are going to have to be, got to love that. That tells them exactly what they need. They run here and get ready. It's an off-camber final corner. That's one of the most recent modifications they've made to this circuit, and they will then get themselves the almighty challenge of half an hour's worth of hard toil and graft out there. A look then over through towards that final corner as the medical car sits on the back as they sit behind that lovely Mercedes safety car that is getting itself ready to peel off into pit. So Amir Harris Jeffrey has the control of the race, and we will get ourselves then into position then as this starts off with your 86 challenge here for your Saturday's perusal of racing action. Let's get ourselves into picture. Lights on, lights are going to be out, and we get ourselves underway. A little bit of fanning there in the middle as they already look to make the push. Adi Rahimi Rashid looking like he's got a really good start to things, and immediately they're all coming across the cover. Look at them, 5 wide as they make the run to turn number 1 there. The B-Quik car then trying to find a way through as they now look to try and funnel on into play. It's a lovely get-go off of the start there, but Amir Harris Jeffrey has got that one all sorted the way it's needed to, down the hill into turn number 2 and climbing back up to turn 3.
Yeah, and the big thing was, did you see the B-Quik car as well? There was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, and I was a little bit worried trying to look for perhaps some damage to the front end of that car. I think it might have been Pouncher who did actually get to the outside. There's 2 of them that were queued up together. If you see a car number and it's got an A or a B next to it, that's the reason for that. Is we've got Malaysian categories alongside the Thailand categories. Contact, lots of cars scattering, and there is going to be that'll be a retirement for sure. That is probably going to trigger a first safety car.
That is a horrible, horrible hit there for the 66 machine that ends up seeing that one all worlds of trouble. So that one tells you all you need to know on how that one plays out. So there's going to be a case of, all right, can we get that cleared in any safe manner? We still stay green for the moment. 2x2 to the double apex right then of turn 7 and 8. The clearance there through the middle of the pack, sort of around Ayrton Low there, Hedrade Putra, and there's the look down the inside. Bongsapat Ketsiri then trying to find his way up the order then in a lovely scrap for this race lead. Now working over the top, safety car is deployed.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with that one. I am not surprised whatsoever. Parked just off the racing line at turn 4. And the boards and stuff have already gone out. The drivers are already arresting their speed and narrowing back up again. Oh, someone's just trying to... The queue's all backed up. Somebody's just about gone to the back of the queue. My word. That would have been about perhaps the 24B, I think potentially, of Hendra Adaputra to be back around the 24A and B in terms of where they were sat in the queue.
There is the sorry sight of a car that has not made it round. That is Banfort Electrical, who has not made his way around, and look at it, just torn off on the front left, and that would have been some very heavy content. Now let's take a replay of this here.
Yep.
So coming up through, he's dived for the inside by the looks of things, and then had the door slammed shut at turn 4, and that's what sent him going careening straight on by the looks of things there in the middle of the pack.
Was it slammed shut, or was he not going to pull that car up because it was very, very heavy front left on the 66 car to the right rear tire on somebody else, and that's what's ripped it off. I reckon that the rims are probably intertwined there and lent on each other just a little bit. Good news is the whole field's already condensed.
Yeah, already back together, so I feel like this will be very quick. That a long circuit like this one here at Sepang is going to initiate a long time behind the safety car, so it'll be at least another lap at the bare minimum for them to go and get around here, Scott. And then after that lap that they do around, they'll be ticking probably about a good 5-6 minutes off the time here.
I'm glad you didn't say the next two numbers in line consecutively. Sperry, we'd be in debate.
Don't threaten me.
No, let's back it up. Let's save that for later in the weekend. Let's not bother the fans nice and early. But a great opportunity as well to have a look at the facilities. And don't forget, Formula One is heading in this direction in the near future as well. There's already been changes to that calendar. So, a few extra eyes on the track and the scenery and everything. And Malaysia hasn't held a Formula One Grand Prix in a number of years as well. And every time it does, it tells stories. But the big thing is, you wouldn't have been around for the last couple of years of Thailand Super Series. We've had red flags here in the last couple of years. And we're in the late afternoon here in Malaysia at the moment. But after this race, there's another, I believe it's the Porsche Cup races. But after that, we've got the GT3, GTM, and GT4s getting out there. That's going to be under lights here in Malaysia. And a couple of years back, when we first started coming to the circuit, actually, it might have even been last year, the race was actually red flagged just due to the monsoonal rain, and that race was actually postponed to the second weekend that Thailand Super Series actually came to Sepang in 2025. It might have been 2025, might have been 2024. No one was moving the weekend. I wasn't here. I wasn't able to be commentating. I've done a lot of moving, unfortunately, over the last couple of weekends, last couple of years. So that doesn't actually narrow it down. But yeah, it's always a threat. It has impacted Thailand Super Series, but it'll be an interesting one, tricky one, because we probably had a little bit more of rain intervention in the calendar in 2026 than we've had already for a long time. We've never had, in our time working on this series, a wet Bongsen Grand Prix, and we've had it this year. We've had 2 rollovers, I think, in this category from the first weekend at Chang. And here we go. Start replay. Call this one if you can.
Well, they fall to 5 wide as they look to try and get their run through, and it was all about, can you get across to cover the mark? And look at it. Yeah, you're absolutely on the mark with it. They are all trying to find a way. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they've got to try and work through this wide line that all funnels in, and they are very well behaved. 3, still even 4 wide. Look, there was bouncing up there with contact through the middle with the green and black machine there that was just trying to work a way through on that start. So that just shows you how much work has to be done out there to give yourself room. You've got to get elbows out. They climb the crest over to turn 4, and then the contact comes along that makes all of the difference. So keep an eye out on it here as you look down in on the brakes. Front right to left rear is the difference maker.
Oh yeah, he missed it. He
sailing in. Look at that. It's a mile. Missed the point by an age.
Yeah. I wonder whether or not he was a little bit blindsided with where they were getting to the braking zone, and he's gone for the brakes. Alternatively, it could have been a brake failure of some description. Perhaps there was contact back at turn 1 for that car, but he looks. When we saw the replay of turn 1, he actually was, Benfort was really sedentary through turn 1. He was just looking for a little bit of a gap, so I don't think there was any contact. The cars I was looking for was in behind the B-Quik car that was in the outside lane on the run down to turn number 1. I want to say it was probably the car that was in behind the 26 of Adapon. So it's probably somewhere around Ayrton Low, I think perhaps in the Aliso Motorsports entry in the number 8 car that picked up damage on the front end. And basically what happened coming down into turn 1, and he called it, they were 5 wide, and he was effectively trying to prevent another car from having to go at him and making it 6 wide into turn 1. Misjudged the car moving across the nose, and it's just plucked the left front splitter off it as well. So, look, I think that's what the weekend's racing is going to look like a little bit, particularly when we get our initial starts, because you've got to time it perfectly. If you miss that momentum jump, you're out of momentum that whole way down into turn number 1. And Sepang turn 1 is capable. We can go 6 wide down into turn 1 and get away with it, but it requires everyone working together.
You can see the 5 categories there on the left-hand side. Look at that. Smiles happy with the bike helmets on down in pit lane. So you've got Open and Clubman in silver and in purple. That is to indicate the Malaysian series. For Thailand series here, you've got Overall in blue, you've got Legends in orange and Ladies in green. We're getting ready for our restart here to go back through with about 22 minutes just under on the clock then. Amir Harris has the control of the field, working around the final corner of 16, right up against the curb on the inside then to take the path of least resistance, and back to running. We find ourselves with once again, and on a single file restart, you're trying to find whichever way it works. Lights flashing there about 6 back in the group there. That would be Atapon Keosa just behind Aaron Heikal, who's there using a little bit of the ABS. A bit of side-by-side there for about 8th and 9th, as it looks like Rothercorn looking for a way past Clayton John Nelms, who's not had the best start to this race in the Fade Lab Racing number 11.
Yeah, a little bit on the back foot as well. Aaron Heikal, related to Hayden Heikal, who's currently traveling the world as the driver for hire as well. So everything out there, and to play it for it, he would love to step out of his brother's shadow and just stand up and on his own. This is again that opportunity to do so. The Malaysian 86 category. Number 50 Winbox machine of Rahul Rajmaya, I believe, behind the wheel, will be handed over to Adele Liu for race number 2 of the weekend. WB Racing Machine, this is this group in and behind the leaders, and have a look at the speed they've got to carry through this section of the racetrack. It takes bravery, but it's also late apex. That final corner in there, it's actually a really, really late apex that tightens, puts to the tyres as they squeal across. This track really, really challenges these cars that don't have a whole lot of downforce on front or rear. Oh, look at them squirming.
Yeah, really fighting to try and get some form of corner to go and get forward, and this is where they're having to fight. Look, this could be across the beams here, out there, as they try and work down in and get that all slowed up just about. Managing that one there is the 71 by the looks of things, climbing up the crest, looking to try and get back there, the number 95A. So this will be, the 11 of Clayton John Nelms trying to get back into this one here at the moment. But Rathakorn, Chris Awanawal, Ravachara is trying to get through for Tom's Racing THX Axis Motorsport right now, 4th in class, and is just trying to find this gap. Now here through 12 into 13, spot your mark at 14. Here's the lunge down the inside. This is the quintessential Sepang move, and it's made a little bit of kick up there on the takes all of the curve on the exit and says, you know what, I'm just going to carry more speed and I'm going to hold it as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, looking at Rathakorn and expecting him to probably come back a little bit at him. Rathakorn's not necessarily had the greatest start to the championship. I think actually this might even be his first round of the series here as well. The tricky thing is, for Clayton Nelms, he sits 4 points in behind Pancha Waiprip for 2nd place in the overall category. Well, Pancha's not having a great day today. He's a lot further down the field. I thought I heard tyres squealing a while ago. So 95B. So that is a little bit down. So 95A is Rathakorn. That was the car we were just on board with for the overtake between Clayton John Nelms when he got down the inside a few moments ago. Cover at turn 1 as well, because he's going to try around the outside.
So that would have been Nkok Kwang, who in his own privateer team has run into troubles there in the Clubman class out there. But the Winbox 50 still trying to charge. Rahul Ramaya tried to say, look, I am going to get this pass sorted. I'm going to try and climb the hill and get there. 1.5 seconds to lead for Amir Harris out there at the top over Vong Sapat, with Adi Rahimi in that 3rd spot. On the brakes they go. This is where Carl Bennett, I think, is going to have to be a little bit switched on here, because one wrong moment where the ABS, switches on out there where you don't necessarily want it to, Scott, and it is a killer for momentum out there. And there's always this moral quandary that I find having done a bit of drift commentary in my time, that the spiritual successor to the Truno AE86 is mandatorily fitted with ABS.
Yeah, you kind of want to be looking after that and using a little bit of the driver aids, but it's also that first opportunity to step into something with driver assistance in terms of a lot of these categories, and a little bit of driver aid. There's a little bit of traction control. There's a little bit of ABS, but you can still see, even though they're heavy into the ABS, the cars are still crawling all over the road, shuffling around, moving around under brakes. Well, that says to me, hey, we're really challenging the car, and we're not just heating up the brakes, we're also heating up the tires quite a lot as well. The challenge for that is, that's going to do away with the tires. Lots of really long, open, loaded corners. Last lap by Frammer Harris was a 2:32.5. I would expect that our lap times, we're going to see them degrade as this session goes on. You can already see the tires getting challenged.
Yeah, this is a high wear circuit. Here's the replay. This is through 7 and 8. Here, the double jutting right. Whoa, and that's what happened there. Went wide to begin with. Hold on to it. Whoa, Nelly. And that one just going around. You can't hold on to the tank slapper there. The number 96 in troubles. And we got one in the lane. Oh, that is going to be hefty. That one says coolant everywhere. And an engine that's got a bit too hot there for Jagjit Singh Dillon.
Yeah, you can't really blame it. Current temperatures are over there. Like, again, we saw the heat haze coming out of it. Currently still 32 degrees Celsius. Yeah, very slow final corner. You're not wrong.
97 there, having a little bit of trouble through. So that's Goen Chuan, who was the biggest gainer on the opening lap there. So ultimately having a little bit of a trouble there at the final corner. And we'll now be looking around at this. Here comes the 15 and 16, having a little bit of a look. Elisa Kunkwang and Sorowit Seitang out there, and they're given a lot of room because they are battling the red line BPMP Racing number 15, the Ladies Cup. Elisa holding the defense here, and through turn 2, looks like he's going to be able to hold the mark down steady and say, look, I'm going to climb this one away to turn 3 and turn 4, and now I'm going to have to try and find my mark here. Small little flick out of turn 3 to the right that sets you up to the left. It's almost like you set your sights, you make the right, and it helps you as an aid to make the turn.
Yeah, it certainly does, but the track really drops away in terms of visibility. There's not a lot to aid picking the actual apex. You're really sort of looking for a bite or any piece of the curb that you possibly can. Teams will be handling timing and communication with the driver back down in pit lane. It's also a rather large circuit as well in terms of being able to communicate with the driver. The big benefit is, the ability that the pit lane, particularly the back end of pit lane, is sort of perfectly in the middle of the entire layout. So radio communications generally quite okay if you're running radio communications. I haven't seen a few teams from the Thai series as well running Bluetooth headsets to the drivers with a phone installed in the car as effectively their driver-to-driver communication when they're out and on the track as well. Sometimes that works just a little bit better than the radio headsets, and well, everyone's got a phone with them. Different ways to attack that communicating with the driver problem, isn't it?
Yeah, well, whatever way you need to get it done, you get it done. And the ingenuity that drivers and teams constantly go to make it work out there is simply staggering. And that's what I love. Motorsport is always an evolution that goes through. The same basic premise stays the same, but the way it gets quicker and quicker, and the way that you get all of that battling that goes through, and the technological innovation continues to marvel the eyes then. Through turn 14, there's the 24. Not feeling very happy. That would be the 24B of Hendra Adeputra down there. So would have had that hit from the early stages. Engine's not good. I want to see that rear tyre if we at all can after the hit that we saw then on lap 1. So that certainly wouldn't have done any favours. And looking at that looks like a battery problem.
Yeah, no electricals, no power. I think they've just tightened a few of those contacts up, racing down to the final corner as well. The 11 car back down the inside, continuing to try and pick off some spots. So Clayton John Nelmes, no, my apologies. Nelmes has dropped a long way down the running order. That actually wasn't Nelmes. My apologies. It's 16. Yeah, Nelmes has dropped into the lane.
Yeah, so there's problems, and that's going to hurt. And look at that, Rexy-esque, looking to try and make that move there as the 15 diving down on the inside, looking to try and hold that position then with the likes of Albert Hu Chai, who's trying to get this one back in the number 63. But we're going to move on forward here to number 8. Oh, and that's like the front's going to start trying to fall off there of that number 8 of Ayrton Lowe there. So that was the rip that we saw off the front then. Ayrton Modazim then for the Ileso Motorsports. That front there, look at the clip. It's trying to come off there, the front left fender.
Yeah, remember, this was the car back at turn 1 that was trying to get, it was Ayrton Lowe was trying to get his way out and around, and I want to say it was Pancha Yprip that he potentially got into the back of, and then that ran wide at turn 1. So that will be cutting up into that tyre at the moment and potentially doing damage. The best thing that can happen is it can fall off, it can fly off, and run out towards the outside of the racetrack away from everybody. Probably on the outside braking zone right here would be perfect for it. But there's the 24A. On its way back through the field of Thamrong Mohammedan Rongkol for Singer Cosmo in Legends Cup. Doing a phenomenal job at the moment to lead this class. And again, another one of those drivers. So my apologies. That would be Luang Mohammedan Rongkol as well. Whether or not they've swapped drivers for this weekend. Alternatively, occasionally you get either English names or alternate names for some of the drivers popping through as well. I would estimate that is probably our Legends Cup leader.
Yep, 75 points, has won 3 of the 4 races in the Legends Cup, and there is that number 97 down on the pit lane. That is Goen Chuan, and that is a very caved-in door.
So it didn't hit that would be, I reckon, the contact with the 66 machine. I don't think it's hit the rear rim, it's hit his door. So in that case, he's very, very lucky to be walking away from that one and being okay.
Well, that door is made of sterner stuff. Nothing's breaking through that on a race day. That much we do know. So that makes all the difference. Clayton John Nelms has gone back out there again. So too Hendra Adeputra after the fixes there. But again, on the brakes, our focus stays here with the Ladies' Cup. And just behind that, the side-by-side into the final corner, and then we'll work on then out to the exit. A little bit of wiggle there in the back, but it now brings 2 groups of battling on through in towards the opening sector of the circuit. Here comes the focus then into turn 1, squirrely under braking then, that 86 of Go Le Hiang then trying to fight for Tenko Racing as he's through on Chang Chun Ming for position, and that's enough to move to 11th overall and a battle for 2nd in Clubman.
Great opportunity for them to continue to prove themselves as well. Remember, Reese, I was talking about the tyre, where on the tyre's going off a fraction. Fastest lap of the race was a 2:32.528 last time by. Our race leader did a 2:34.286. So fallen off in the realm of 1.7 seconds across 6 laps of racing. But remember, 2 of them have been under safety car as well.
And I think with that run off, that will also be an indication of a black and white diagonal flag for extending track limits. They are going to be very hawk-like in these limits out there on an FIA Grade 1 circuit, because you always have the ability to go out there and try and push as far as you can. Now back to your leader here with Amir Harris out there. It's the 77 that has got the diagonal flag out there. So that is Faisal Sharil who's got that. Vongsapat here has not let go, has Vongsapat Ketsiri, and I think the Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand by AP number 33 is realising, I want more than just to win out there for my category. I want to prove I'm better than Amir Harris Jeffrey, and I think that's the key. This is more than just a race at the moment, Scott, for I just want to win. This is, I want to prove that my 86 series is better.
Yeah, and it's always that little bit of internationality pride as well. Sector 1, they matched times between these 2 cars. Sector 2 was about a 10th, about 800ths to a 10th quicker to our second placed Vongsapat Ketsiri. Sector 3 was about 2.5 tenths. So there's about approximately 3 tenths made up, a little bit more than 3 tenths. Final sector was back to about 7 tenths again. So approximately 4 tenths of a second quicker on that most recent lap. Now, the big critical factor between those 2, we talked about our race leader, has done a 32.5 as his best lap. 8 tenths of a second slower was Vongsapat Ketsiri on peak pace, but the car is coming to him. The tyres are not going off as hard. He hasn't taken as much out of them.
There is Pruterat Ratanakul Seririon Grift, who is there in 2nd in class and trying to put the chase down to Chang Chun Ming and Go Li Heng. Then the difference is clear at the moment. They've allowed Madaramonkul then to run away in the Singer Cosmo, number 24A. But that 44A right now is trying to work on up, gain a little bit more out there, focusing through the opening sector of the lap and pushing to try and get everything to set on up. And as they are looking around in these evening conditions, the sun setting, your markers change out there because the shadows move across the circuit differently, and it's really tough to find a good set reference marker, Scott.
Yeah, it is, and particularly with the sun coming down and being right in your face, that glare is really, really horrible off the track surface with the sun as low. You can see down here on the back straight as well, it's the 77 that's picked up that diagonal flag for track conditions in the FNF Motorsports machine of Faisal Sharil. He'll be sharing with Ali Imran tomorrow. But you see that the back straight is in darkness. Clayton Elmers is back in.
Yeah, not shocked. Came in once, and I think the second one's going to be, I'm not going to get anything out of this race, so I'm going to retire the car. So very tough out there. Getting busy again here. This will be around 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th there or thereabouts at this moment. So the win box here of Rahul Rajmaya will have to hold Aaron Haikal, Carl Bennett, and Antapon Keosa then for position as they work into turn 13. Now get the drive off through the middle. Here is Aaron Haikal, who is there in open in 4th place, and this is where you're going to have to try and find that focus here. Group of 4, it's about right place, right time with 6.5 minutes to go. This is what quintessential category racing like this in the 86 Challenge is all about.
Yeah, get right there, get the draft, get on and after yourself and get out of there. But also you've got to make sure that when you get the job done, you don't open yourself up to being counter-attacked. I'm talking about attack and counter-attack. That was looking at some data. I wonder whether or not they've done some engine damage to that car, because that would say them looking at in terms of this attempt, and still it's not quite there. What? Well, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the audio issues that we're just encountering. I think it might have been a server crash on our end that we might have just now been able to resolve. So regardless, we're back and we're in operation once again. And you were right, Sperry. They were getting exceptionally aggressive in this little battle pack. I don't think any of them is willing to get any track position. It might not be for a podium on the outright, but there is podiums in categories on the table here. They are, and that means that if you're looking at open, you know, they're fighting second, third, well, third, fourth out there for overall, second and third between the likes of Carl Bennett and Antapon Keosa. So this is going to be where you start wondering, okay, what's bigger, the ultimate position? And I'd be looking at Carl Bennett being aggressive, going, well, I want a car in between me for my category. That's what I want. Yeah, and sometimes as well, particularly in class categories like this, the best form of defense is actually to get on the offense. If you're second in this battle pack and you go for a move, the guy behind going, oh yeah, he's being a little bit more aggressive, I can try and do something with this, I can maybe bump draft him and I can work with him. But if you sit there and you're passive and you're patient, it doesn't necessarily happen. Keep your eyes though on the 50 machine. Did you see he wasn't into the ABS? The other cars behind him pressed their brakes straight into the ABS. So even though that 50 car right now, Sperry, is towing this group around, he'd got the best tyres of a lot of them, because if he didn't, every time they come out into a straight like this, they'd be flying past him. It's taken them so long to wind up and get close to him. That win box front is very hungry. Oh. Big power move to the inside from Aaron Haikal. Left it to the 11th hour. He's too deep though. The win box car's going to get back through. And also sneaking on by is Bennett, but the door's back there, shoved out of the way at turn number 2. And now needing the drive here on 3. He's pushed out into the grass. Ruthless stuff from Aaron Haikal. Well, you say that, but at the same time, for car number 50, which is the lead car in this pack, has just received a track limits warning. So it's starting to get all dusty. They're starting to crawl all over each other. So yes, Haikal got aggressive. He tried something. Now it's going to be the fire back down the outside for the 26.
Koasa gets the pass then for B-Quik Racing that puts them up into second position. We know how important the yellow and black is for the scene of Thai racing out there. So that's a lovely pass that puts him up into that second spot. Out of 4 into 5 and 6, and now sweeping to 7 and 8. It's suddenly become groups of 2 and 2 in this position, Scott.
Yeah, it is. And now you've got an opportunity. Do you fight for it? We're running out of time. We're probably going to see, no, it'll be 30 minutes complete plus 1 lap. So this next time by, they won't get the white flag. It'll be 2 to go. And then the final lap at the end of that 30 minutes, we'll get that white flag board. So we've gone 9 laps for now. We'll get 11 in for this race with that safety car intervention. So you've got to start thinking about, are we thinking about being aggressive now and I'm fighting for this position, or do I help out a little bit? We get back to that group and I'm perhaps fighting for 2 more positions. That is a tough decision for a race driver to make. If you're aggressive and you think you're faster, you can pull away. That might be the best you're fighting for. But if you work together, there might be more on the table, but it relies on a little bit of luck.
And it's not over for this race lead, because as we got the final warning that has come through for the number 50 car, Rahul Rajmaya here, this is still on between Ketziri in second place and your leader, Amir Harris Jeffrey, who is out there in front and maintaining that 1.5 second margin at the front. There is Adi Rahimi in third place. Quiet race for Adi Rahimi out there. He's seen nobody out there and he's just hoping by the time he gets to the end of the race, he goes, oh my goodness, civilization, I'd love to see some. Still side by side then for third and second in overall category. Then as they set up, look at this along the main straight. Haikal's going to look for his pass as well to get up to third in open, but it's 2 by 2 into turn 1. Haikal doesn't have enough room for the crossover. He's got to go back to the outside and switches down low. Oh, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful at turn 1. Still got to do the hard yards here at turn 2. He's been on the wrong side of this before, and he keeps the nose in, and he's granted the move. What an incredible run. Drive through for the 50.
So this then becomes a little bit educational. I hope someone's talking to Aaron Haikal, just letting him know, mate, you don't need to fight for this one. Car 50's got a drive-through penalty for track limits breaches. There is an opportunity for car 50 to serve it at the conclusion of this lap. Alternatively, it goes to a post-race time penalty. He's served beyond the track limits. There was a door from Haikal at turn 1, Sperry, and I think that door has just been repaid in kind. But have a look at the 2 cars in behind. What was I talking about? You work together a little bit. Sometimes you get another bite at the cherry just ahead.
Yeah, and this has been the key here for Bennett. He's just been waiting for this chance to come back, and look at the way now that Rahul Raj is driving here. He's driving knowing that I've got a drive-through penalty. I might as well take every track limit I've got available to me at this moment. Lovely drive out of 8. Now comes the run to turn 9, and this might be a big send down to the inside as Aaron Haikal look to try and set this up again. Yes, straight down the inside, but is it again too deep? Trying to get the drive back up the hill on the exit. Look how squirrely that was. Try and get the power up, and now it's the long way around up the hill. Feels like a roller coaster through 11 into turn 12, 10 into turn 11, and Bennett gets to the inside and says, look, I'm going to have my scrap now to 12 and 13. He's going to be on the wrong side here at turn 12, but if he can turn it in the way he wants to, we'll be now looking at turn 13. This is ace. Absolutely ace. What a save. Oh my goodness, that 50 was almost around. We wait for the leader now of Amir Harris to come around here, and Scott, oh my goodness me, the last lap starts, and what a moment we've just seen in that battle.
Yeah, one in the background. These guys are still not over. You've still got to put a clean lap together. But at 1.5 seconds the last time by, Thailand Series lost about 7/10 this time. The indicator says that car number 50 is coming to pit lane to serve its drive-through penalty. Down and into the ABS. Here's a pit lane entry. We're going to be seeing them in earnest later on this evening. So have a look at him attack it as well. He is throwing it into that pit lane entry. Mate, he was attacking track limits out on the racetrack. How about the track limits on pit lane entry?
Look, if you maximise pit entry and pit exit, it's there. Marshall's then indicating where he's got to be to serve his penalty, and just like that, there goes his hopes of a big overall result that will probably condemn him to 4th place, with Hendra Andre Putra then out in terms of his category as he serves his drive-through penalty and then looks at this on his final lap, realising what could have been if I just decided that I wanted to paint through with the colour that I've got. The drive-through penalty there for Rahul Rajmaya sees him now exiting the pits, and he will not be a happy bunny. Just stretching the legs then here on the final lap is Amir Harris Jeffrey, who has got this margin out over 2 seconds with a 2:34.7 on that last lap, 2.2 seconds slower than his best lap out there, but that won't mind too much because he's been managing what the car has been able to give him there, that Toyota GT86. And then looking behind at Sepang Kasiri, this is going to be one of those rounds where he gets his 4th win in 5, and this is going to be pretty much saying here to the likes of to the likes there of everyone who is there and around him, with troubles on the horizon for Clayton Nelms, looking over at Panchai as well, going, right, I'm going to get some big old points out of this race and you're not going to have anything to say about it. I think he's going to be really happy that this is the seismic jump that he's been waiting for out there in overall, because he knows that this has championship written all over it, with Wyprip and Clayton Nelms out of the race. But it's all about how you manage a race from time to time. It's been all about just keeping yourself calm while everyone else battles. These two have been A and A1 of their respective series, but Amir Harris Jeffrey in the 44, number 44, gives it a kick through the final corner and says at Sepang, he takes race 1 in the twilight here of this wonderful Malaysian circuit.
What a good drive from that one. But the good news is for Sepang International as well, somebody that's finally challenged him, finally taken him the whole distance. The best thing that happens for him is he looks at this as an opportunity. If he finishes this race, he's a little bit annoyed. He lost about 0.9 of a second on that final lap from Amir Harris back to Sepang International. So he closed that margin down with the celebrations. He's there and thereabouts. There's not a lot in that. This is this fight to the final corner. We'll just get another opportunity to have a look at it. Down the inside for Aaron Haikal. He'll steal that spot away. And it's going to be Carl Bennett that'll be dropped 1 spot on the overalls. Look at the celebrations. They're fist pumping out the window for Adi Rahimi. Quite a little race he ran. Absolutely no one within a stone's throw of him. And sometimes those are the best races you can put together.
I'd say it was marooned on Gilligan's Island all race. I'd be quite happy to see. Oh, move straight down the inside there. That is the case. The win box trying to get back at Ayrton Azim. Rahul Raj. Oh, and a massive kick trying to put the power down. Look how dusty it is there on the inside. How much dust accumulates there. Amazing stuff then. What a way to fight that back from Rahul Raj then as he crosses the line and says, look, I am going to give everything I can then over your winner of the Legends class, Thamrong Madam Ronkul, then who he manages to beat. And look at this, a lovely slew of cars heading over to the line. That's what 86 racing is all about, the close quarters combat that you get over the course of a half hour plus a lap.
Yeah, but they threw it at them as well. That big moment for car 66 and the damage to the door as well. I was looking at that whilst he was stranded up in the pit lane and just thinking, my word, he's lucky. He's very, very lucky. And the big thing I'll be saying to him is if you want the window down, that's fine. Carry a net. Absolutely make sure you have a window net, because could you imagine if an arm went out the window right there in that moment? That's perhaps a scary little moment, a scary lesson. It's what we run with window nets, is to keep body parts inside the cars. It's what we run with protective cells. So a little bit of a moment there, but yeah, you're right. Look, Amir Harris put it all to the sword. But the good thing is, Sepang International's got a battle on his hands this weekend. Like I said, hasn't been challenged necessarily all that much in the 86 Challenge Thailand by Raceworks to date. And sometimes you want a nice little quiet championship, and other times it's really, really good to have the fire put up with you. Go over to a different region and go, I'm a little bit out of sorts. The big benefit as well is he knows that Amir Harris Jeffrey and Aslan Shah, they've got a driver swap to do. There'll be a different driver in that car for race number 2. And they're coming from the Malaysian Championship. They do a lot more racing over here. Have a look at the celebrations, though. Absolutely pumped. Freddie, Rahimi, Rashid. Mate, I can tell you got to celebrate every podium, every win like it's your last. You just never know when it will be.
Yeah, you never know when your last one is. You just stand on the podium and go, oh yeah, I'll get another. and then you might not never get another one again. So important to take the celebration as you do, and running around the extremity of the circuit, picking up a little bit more of the tyre discard that is out there, any dirt that goes onto the tyre, just to try and get a slight bit more weight out there, and trying to wave to the various fans that are out there and watching and saying, yep, good race, what a time for it. 86 Challenge Thailand then, won by Amir Harris Jeffrey for 44s in the open class. Sepang International in second for Idemitsu Racing Thailand by AP, and Adi Rahimi Rashid then for the Mushtari SMRT team then get third overall and second in the open class for it there. As far as overall goes, Carl Bennett will take second for AFR Racing, and Bkk.Lt will be third for B-Quik, and will be quite happy about getting some important points on the board for that, as they will go to Park Ferme and get their positions in. Legends, Thamrong Madam Rongkul will take the victory out there overall, ahead of Pruterat Botanical, Sayri Ongirith, and the like in Clubman. Ayrton Modazim takes that one over Goli Heng and Chanchung there in terms of the run, as that was important in that one. Chanchung being that was, but Amir Hamis Jeffrey overall winner, Adi Rahimi Rashid and Aaron Haikal making up third place. They're happy down at the 46, immediately going over there to go and get their result, and worth noting just the one finisher in the Ladies' Cup, Elisa Kungwang, then getting that sorted. But there's your winner, and he's going to get out of the car. He's even got the escort service to get him out of the car and quickly out and away. A great job out there. Look at the happy smiles there. And onto the car there on the right-hand side goes Adi Rahimi Rashid, as there is Amir Harris Jeffrey.
Quite sedentary, isn't it, for celebrations for a race win? Meanwhile, P3 is celebrating like they've just run the 24 hours of Le Mans to the right-hand side. But that's what it means. Like, what?
Third place,
yeah, I'm totally aware of what it means, but I really want to pitch this to you, Sperry. This is one of these things. Like, I when I'm doing my own simulator racing, I make a point of it to celebrate like a madman whenever I win, because that's why we go racing. At the end of the day, this is the whole reason that you go racing. Is you want to feel these results. Sepang International and Amir Harris Jeffrey, a little bit of a celebration. What a good race between the two of them, and they'll discuss about how to drive the race cars, debate about how close they got to each other. But at the same time, I don't care. Like, you've got to celebrate. You genuinely have to celebrate. The other thing is, that says to me there's been a story of build yourself up for Adi Rahimi Rashid. Build yourself up. It's probably a little bit of a story of heartbreak at points in times, of cars that have not gone your way. That says to me that is a podium that's worthwhile remembering regardless, and that one goes in the back of your mind. And I'll put it to you this way, Jake. I won myself an Australian national title in motorcycling. I never got to stand on that podium. I finished 4th on the day. There were 3 separate protests, not lodged by me, lodged by other competitors. I never got my moment to stand in the sun, celebrate with a trophy and a medal in hand. So when you get that opportunity, I encourage everyone to enjoy it like it's your last.
Absolutely, and that is the joy of it out there, as we get the Legends Clubman result then that goes through. Ayrton Modazim then ahead then of Thamrong Madam Rongkul, then as you get the differences of how they sit at the secondary level out there, and say this is how they fight, and they're looking to build their results up then here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit here in Malaysia. And the sun just about ready to set behind the brow. Sepang Sakiri taking overall result then over Carl Bennett and Bkk.Lt by over 25 seconds. And to be a second a minute quicker is something truly, truly staggering. Yeah,
I mean, just great job, just punching off down into the sunset. A lot of that, though, realistically comes down to the fact that there was so much of that battle pack that was occurring in and around where those other cars were. At the end of the day, you're not racing them directly for outright position. You sort of got to be a little bit mindful of that. But there's so little communication. You're strapped into a race car. There's no heads-up display. There's nothing telling you I'm P3, but I'm actually leading my class. I'm P5 and I'm second in class. The car ahead and car behind that are in my group with me. I'm not actually racing with them, because again, the visor comes down, the heat comes up, the revs come up, you're in a race, mate. And that's all that counts. And they threw it at each other the whole time out there as well.
Yeah, they absolutely gave everything, and especially then as we set on up, especially that battle that we saw in around overall 4th, 5th, 6th, around there. That was where it was absolutely amazing through the likes of Aaron Heikal, Carl Bennett, Atapon Kerasa. They're all there. They're all shucking it about with everything they've got. And here's a little look then as we take a look at the highlights then of went through. This was a race that started 5 wide with a bang, and that bang was a safety car that bunched everyone up and said, hey, look, we got to make it sorted. So there were the hits in the back, and that just showed you how hard they were having to work.
Yeah, but remember, we had Ayrton low, and that damage, see, on the right-hand side, where you've got the number 11 and also the 26 on the right-hand side of the road. Calamity, when pieces start to fly off race cars, that was the damage that I was trying to talk about. Still good enough for Ayrton, though, to come home with the Clubman victory, and that little bit of bodywork troubled him all race long.
It did, and that sometimes is the difference maker, but that 44 was absolutely on rails there, the 44B of Amir Harris Jeffrey. There's the 44A by comparison, and this was the highlight of it. Aaron Heikal proving that he has not just got pace, he has got driving skill to try and make those passes.
Yeah, getting in there, getting the elbows out. I mean,
That
it'd be
was-
disappointment, though, a little bit. This was brilliant, wasn't it? But it was also, he gave him the room to run deep, turn it back down underneath, recognizing when somebody's hard into the ABS and they're going to run deep at that corner and giving them the room to do so is such a, you cannot teach that. That's something you've got to learn the hard way.
You absolutely do. And there, just giving it a little bit of something over to the line and celebrating. Probably gave away a second with that celebration to finish. He had the gap to do so, but Amir Harris Jeffrey will be a very, very happy character then down at the checkered flag with everyone making their way over towards the line. It was all smiles and handshakes between the pair of them that could be very happy with then as Bangchak presents the 86 challenge fueled by high premium 98 plus. So, well, Scott, what an amazing run that we have just seen there. And of course, we are then going to have a lot of focus that will come through. There's going to be a few races in between before we get to our next stage. But, you know, we are now looking to gear us up for the Super Series. And what amazing racing that has proven to be over the course of racing, you know, this season, from the first round over at Chang and then the second round over at Bang Sen.
Yeah, and the rain racing and everything. I think there's been some massive overhauls by the teams as well. There were so many cars at Bang Sen on the Saturday after qualifying that were damaged. So Friday night, I think it might have even been qualifying that were damaged at Bang Sen, and teams working overnight to get those cars back out there, ordering parts and shipping them in from Germany for Porsches, for Audis, and getting them over into the cars. Says that, you know, a lot of people look at this series and go, hey, look, there's only 8-10 cars out. You know, the cars are expensive. But the teams still work like this is the pinnacle of racing, because in Thailand, this is the pinnacle of racing. This is as high as you can climb at the local level. So you've got to throw down. But you throw into this also the mix. Have a look at the cars that are in that shot right there. There's a GT4, a GT3, and on the far left-hand side, a Ferrari 296 Challenge car as well. This and the second Sepang round here in September in a month's time as well are the only 2 times on the calendar that the GT4 machinery line up to match with the GT3s and the GTMs.
Yeah, and that is going to be critical because it creates a different style of racing when you've got 2 categories of class, Scott. It's quite a simple formula. You know what cars you're going to get by. You know how much quicker there is. We've still got more Sepang racing to come along, of course, for round 4. And then the Chang International Circuit back there to finish off the season, top and tailing it over on the 1st of November. But the big key that you see when you add a 3rd category of class is you add the spice to the division, because now you've got a medium class that can overtake and also be overtaken. And that's where the crazy starts to bring in. Yeah, it's the switchbacks, the long stuff, and as well the GT3 tires. Like, if you go out there and you've got a car here at Sepang that looks after its tires and brings them in quite tidily, you know, there is a length of time. You're out there and on the hour as well. You're able to really leverage that pace. Overtakes are not impossible. The dirty area is definitely a factor. If you're trailing behind somebody and you do have pace, you've got to think about how you're getting it done. But we've already seen lots of opportunity down at turn 1, lots of opportunity at the final corner. And is it just me, or does that look like some clouds in the background as well? that is live, and so we're getting a look at that and saying that is a little bit of cloud cover, and it does come over quick here at Sepang. And it's one of the things we know about Sepang, Scott. It's either bright sunshine around here or it is teeming down with rain, and there is never an in-between.
But the storms pop up right next to the racetrack as well. So those clouds you actually see far away, that might not be anything, might not be anything, and then they get 10 minutes worth of warning, and all of a sudden the rain sort of pummeling down the circuit. There's a 5% chance of rain for the rest of the evening, but it's not confirmed. So it's a potential. I'm just sort of taking a little bit of a look at the rain radar. There is some rain lurking away to the northwest of Malaysia, so that it's not impossible that we'll have some rain, but it's incredibly unlikely. Very, very low chances that we'll see anything.
I tell you what, I love being a commentator because, Scott, we sit down and we have to narrate the races, right? But also we have to put on our different hats out there. We have to be mechanics. We have to be, camera operators. We have to be meteorologists. And, sometimes we even have to be psychologists out there to understand what's going on. I love it.
Let alone tire whisperers, pressure dynamics, suspension, like all of that stuff is sort of an engineer plus. I was actually having a lovely chat with Andrew Gilliam, who's an engineer in V8 supercars in Australia, about everything that he certainly goes through, and the chatter about what's the difference between the sim and the real world. And he's only an engineer in the real world, but in the supercar, he's one of the best drivers in the country, if not the world, in terms of how he goes and puts that together. Well, he's doing a co-driver race, an endurance race, where he's got a friend alongside of him, and that friend happens to be this year the driver that he's competing, that he's engineering in the real world in Jaden Ojeda. What's the unique way that those guys put together? Well, he's having to coach a driver. Well, these drivers, they're trained to go fast. They're trained to look for holes in their own driving, and they're trained to analyze themselves and monitor themselves and walk through the sports psychology. So they're not necessarily the best mathematicians in the way that goes together. A few standout guys are, and you'll generally see that they generally have the best engineered cars because they can talk through those problems quite well and solve those problems quite well. But one of the things that he was talking to me about it was, I've got to coach this guy through the numbers I need so that he can put the fuel in the car, so that the balance of the car is correct, so we can discuss what we're going to do with the roll bars, with the wing, with how we're going to set the car up, because you can tinker with roll bars and those sorts of things at pit stops. But the other critical factor is, he said, and it'll be much the case here with these high-end level teams, is on race day, he's an engineer. His job is talking to the driver, communicating with the driver, getting feedback from the driver about what they can do with the tire pressures, with the ARBs, and think about setup changes. He's also looking at what their strategy plan is and trying to piece that sort of stuff together. When's the optimal time to pit, and how much fuel you're going to be throwing in that car. Then all the data, that gets handed off, that mental load gets handed off to another person behind him, a data analyst, a data engineer, and their entire job is to dive through the data and say, hey, look, the front tire pressure, the brakes are up a little bit higher than they normally would be at this stage of the race. We might be having some cooling issues in that corner of the car, and communicate that back through to a driver. There's some lap traffic coming up that you're going to have to navigate. We're in our safety car window risk. At this point in time, how does the balance of the car feel? Do you want to come in for a fresh set of tires? Do we need to do something like that? And realistically, from a driving perspective, when you bolt yourself into a high-level race car, you're a driver. You know what you want from the car. You know when the balance is going away and how the balance is transitioning as the fuel comes out of the car. And you can communicate a little bit of that. But the data does, in modern day car racing, as opposed to years gone by, the data does a lot of the work. The driver feel, in essence of it, if you look at the Schumachers and the best drivers in sort of those eras, they were driver, engineer, mechanic. They filled multiple roles because it taught them so much about it. Well, these days, when you have a chat to the Ferrari teams and your Formula 1 teams and the GT3 teams, the engineers will actually step in and go, no, you're driving the car wrong. You need to drive it to what we've got built. We can change the setup, but that's going to hurt the tire here, and here. We're not going to do that. And they get a lot more final say. And really, that's the modernization of the racing world, is that realistically, globally, I mean, if you think about it in every industry, it's been an optimization sort of engine, and it's changed. The guys that are actually doing the job are not necessarily the guys that are in charge. They can say, yes, I'm feeling this. I want the car to go down this pipeline. The engineer will come back and go, we're going to give you a little bit of change, but your driving's actually the problem. When would you have ever heard about an engineer saying that 20 years ago?
I know, right? It's staggering out there to say, oh, you can say to a driver, oh, you're not driving the car properly. It is a different world out there, and more you are seeing here the machinery making all of the difference. And speaking of differences, when you get into GT3, GT4, and GTM, Scott, we have to start talking about balance of performance. And, you know, you've got the traditional balance of performance metrics, which are, okay, well, how much weight are we adding onto the car that makes it heavier, that doesn't work? I want to talk about the nitty-gritty stuff out there. I want to talk about the things that people won't necessarily understand about a balance of performance, that now would be the right time to talk about in regards to things. And I want to start in GT4 and the difference between blue stick and silver stick ECU settings.
Yep, you've trumped me there, but effectively within the ECU, what you're trying to do is, and these performance metrics are known, and they're also balanced to the barometric pressure. Race Control actually put out barometric pressure readings at the start of a race weekend, and they'll say, this is what we're balancing the cars against. This is what we expect the conditions to be most like for the races for all weekend. And that will actually change. The higher you get above sea level, and we talk about the extremes of this, is probably Bathurst and Mexico City. With the raw height above sea level that you are, there's a couple things that change. Well, number one, the air's thinner. Now, that has a couple different factors to it, but crucially, less bang. Why less bang? Well, bang requires two things to make a piston cycle. It requires fuel and it requires oxygen. When the air is thinner, there's less of the oxygen molecules. So you've got to tinker with the amount of fuel that's being fed into the pistons and those sorts of things to actually get that bang and drive the cars out. But it has a secondary effect. And a tertiary effect as well. The secondary effect is less air molecules. All of the aero devices around the corners of a car, the more air that moves over them, the more efficient they are. They're doing more of a job. If there's half the air molecules being pushed over something, you stick your arm out the window of a car as you're moving along. We all done this as kids. We stick our hands out the window and your parents immediately get very grumpy and tell you to bring it back inside because you're going to get your hand chopped off. But you feel that push of air back. Well, the higher you go above sea level, there's less pushback. There's less feeling in that. And the difference between, moving along at 100 kilometers an hour, the air resistance that you're feeling is less. There's less air hitting your hand. So that comes into it in terms of the aero and the wing settings that are actually allowed for this car. And the third setting is actually cooling. And that's actually critically important here at Sepang, and particularly in these tropical regions of the globe, because the temperature's always up, the humidity's always up, and those two factors mean that the engines are operating quite high. There's a couple of things that go in that, and I had the opportunity to look at some GT4s that were sort of quite stripped down. I want to say it was either back end of 2023, I think it was 2024 when I got down to Sandown and actually have a look at some GT4s. And at that point in time, I was looking at I think it was a 2021 Mercedes-AMG GT4, a Ginetta GT4, that didn't do a lot of laps that weekend, and a McLaren GT4, and then the very latest 2024 Porsche Cayman GT4, which we all know is about to become extinct as well. When they were looking at how to set those cars up for the weekend, a couple of different approaches, a couple of generations, and this is how the cars have adapted over a couple of years. But the Mercedes that weekend, it's a cold weekend in a very southern part of Australia that gets fed air directly off the Arctic. And has a very cold climate, basically, for that sort of a region. When you look north, the northern hemisphere, it's actually a little bit colder than that levels north or south of the equator normally would be, because I was looking at some metrics. Spa-Francorchamps is actually further north of the equator than Melbourne is south of the equator in terms of Australia. But even so, in the middle of winter on this day, they were putting blanking into the exhaust ports for the gearbox of Mercedes GT4. And the reason for that is, across their races, they're running in a production car cup as a part of Shannon's Speed Series at that point in time. The gearbox temperature wasn't getting up high enough. They're very sensitive. They have a really, really nice operating window. You fall outside of that operating window, you start doing more wear to the car, so you're taking away from longevity, let alone just the parts. So again, that's the inverse, right? That's not getting up to temperature enough. I can guarantee you every exhaust vent and every entry vent for cooling these cars and brake ducts is in operation here this weekend. So they're definitely trying to do that. I was talking to somebody actually about the Acura that we're going to see in the GT3 class a little bit earlier on in the week, and they said they were actually overheating their brakes back at Bangsen. They just weren't quite getting enough cooling. It was a little bit of a damage, and at that time to the Acura, and one of the things that had damage was actually the intake for the brake ducts in the front end of the Acura, which explained a little bit of a lack of pace for the defending champion from 2025 and Thailand Super Series GT3. So yeah, that's just talking about barometric air pressure and just the effects it has on the car. But then that gets into what you were going into, and that's the balance of the performance metrics. Well, you've got to have a consistent bang, a consistent sort of torque that's being applied to those pistons that gets delivered through the drivetrains. So silver stick versus gold stick in terms of the ECU settings is the mappings to try and get their torque as even as possible based to a barometric pressure reading and a temperature reading. Air is thinner the hotter it is, because the air expands, the gases basically expand. So the hotter it actually is, the more it expands, should be your lower your air pressure, your barometric air pressure. So that basically all of these settings is basically trying to take a torque curve and a power delivery curve and marry that back to get it about as even as you possibly can across a bunch of different categories. So, and that's again done. You can do that within the ECU and the way that the cars deliver their power. But you can also do it in the amount of drag the cars have on and ballast as well. There's the driver weights within a category like this do actually get compared. So if you've got, let's say, I'm going to use two extremes of the scale here just to highlight what we're sort of on about. But let's say a 65 kilo driver and a 150 kilo driver. I don't think we have any 150 kilo drivers in this series. But anyway, we're just trying to demonstrate a point here. That's a 215 kilogram combined pairing. That works out at 107.5 kilograms average driver weight. Well, that's 40 kilos heavier than one of your drivers and 40 kilos lighter than the other one. So what you're trying to do with the car weights as well and balance of performance, the cars have a minimum weight, and that minimum weight includes an average driver weight. So if your driver pairing is actually lighter, you've only got, let's say, an average of an 80 kilogram driver, you might have to add an extra 10 or 20 kilos of ballast to the car to meet that minimum weight. And that minimum weight is measured at the end of the race, so with very, very low fuel and potentially some oil burned out of those things as well. So there's a lot of technical specifications that are checked from there. We're also on the SRO balance of performance here as well. I know I'm just verbally just diarrheaing all this information at you, but car racing is fun these days, isn't it? There's all these little technical details and specifications, and let alone the Ferrari 296 we have. If you actually have a look at the aero strakes on the front end of this car, the Evolution, the Evo 1 spec of the Ferrari 296 challenge car that we've been seeing in European GT racing doesn't have the strakes, the little dive planes on the front, the corners of that car. The front end of the car has actually been remodeled so that it's generating similar downforce without actually the need for them, and it's cleaned the airflow up. There's a little bit more venting and cooling on the rear end, but if you're looking for an Evo 1 spec or a baseline spec, have a look for the little winglets on the front end of the car is the best way to go.
Absolutely. So just touching back on that point of why we're talking about a silver stick, it's because the two Supras in Evo 1 and Evo 2 package are going to be running with silver stick data configuration. And in fact, it's not a gold stick that's being run for the original Supra out there. It's actually running on Blue Power Stick V2, which is similar to a gold stick in terms of its map. So that will have full power available to it, and it will be a modified barometric pressure that will be there for the two Supras that are in Evo package over the course of running. Now, you do talk about that Ferrari 296, and there was actually a different point I wanted to chat with you about, Scott, and it's something that I find very, very unique out there in terms of a balance of performance. That is the pedal stop on the accelerator, which is locked on that 296 challenge to 62%. Imagine putting your foot down and you want a long travel on that accelerator, right? And suddenly it jam stopped at 62%.
Yeah, but that's also in terms of the throttle and the way that that's applied with the electric systems that we have in the cars these days as well. What that means is effectively you're getting to that 62% on the pedal pressure, and you can monitor. You can basically feed the car. It also means you'll run a slightly different engine mapping to compensate for that as well, in the way that the car builds up to that 62%. But longer than that, you don't need any more. That could actually be a safety and a cooling measure for these cars and such as well. Again, you just realistically, in terms of how you're attacking this balance of performance metric in the window, at the end of the day, it's about getting we've got Audi R8s, Ferrari 296, Acura NSXs and Porsche GT3s, and I think we believe we've got a Mercedes GT3 here this weekend as well. And it's also just taking all of these breadth of cars and trying to get them to perform the same. Well, where the engine's laid out is completely different. Where the engine sits vertically within that car. So yes, you're right. We want to try and shorten that pedal travel, but it'll give you a snappier throttle response. Realistically, you'll get to that 62% pedal and then hit that stop, but you'll be getting 100% delivery. So it'll actually give you a really, really snappy. It doesn't give you as much room to bleed onto the throttle. You're not giving the travel in the pedal. That stopper is going to be set at that 62%, but I guarantee you just to be delivering whatever the performance metric is that they're trying to chase, that to limit that Ferrari. I would say there's a discussion about it's probably a touch too quick in a straight line. That's, again, we're just one of the measures of just taking that edge off. And like I said, snappy power delivery, just because you've got less movement to travel with. If everyone's sitting at home, I want you guys to sort of sit down and do an exercise for me. I want you to put basically your hands, a little bit of a width apart. I want you to really try and slowly close that gap between your hands. It'll probably take you about a second, maybe a second and a half. Double the margin that those hands are away. We're a little bit less than that in terms of 62.5%. We're a touch short of that, but that's a good number to try. And try and close them at the same speed. And again, you're going to see it takes longer to get to full travel when you've got a longer pedal travel. So again, we're getting into that higher threshold really easily, and you'll find your hands clapping together. It's just little things that help you sort of visualize what's going through that driver's foot. You've effectively taken 5 inches of travel and reduced that to 3 inches of travel is probably one of the ways to talk about it as well. But, just little visual aids to really break down a race car. We're a performative crew, us commentating bunch, aren't we? You got to pull out anecdotes out of just about anything that you're standing around.
Absolutely, and if we want to go performative, I did get an AS level B in drama, so if you want it recreated and acted, I guess you can go down that route as well. Right, I also want to talk one more thing before we take a little look at what happened earlier on this season. I want to talk about that Acura and the Ferrari 296 and GT3 class, Scott, because they are more unique than the R8 LMS Evo 2, the AMG GT3 Evo, and that Porsche 911 GT3R 992 Evo, in the sense that they've got a turbocharger, and how you try and break down that turbocharger and basically make sure it works on the P-boost ratio, or the boost pressure multiplier that is there, to make sure that you're setting your gauge a bar correctly for the revolutions per minute at the air speed that you've got of Lambda. And I am very intrigued to know out there that they are ran at 2 different lambdas out there. So the 296 is at 0.90, and that's what we would call a regular number we see. That Acura Honda NSX Evo 2 down at 0.88. So they're allowed, I would say by that measure, a little bit more to help them out.
Yeah, and that stems back to, again, that matches with sort of what we're talking about in terms of that throttle travel as well. For the Ferrari, we're saying it's getting there. We want it to burn up its tires. Perhaps it's looking after its tires. It's delivering the power really nice, consistently, and getting to that full boost. Acura as well. You've also got to remember, I believe it's a twin turbo on that Acura NSX as well. So it's effectively forcing a lot more air into that engine. But it's how it's spooling up in the compression ratios to get that air in. Again, we were talking about earlier altitude versus barometric pressure, and that being one of those things. Again, you want to really deliver that, but the Acura is going to come off the corners, spool those turbos up, and then really get going. And don't forget as well, you're not just dealing with engine heat in that car. And again, I'm going to specify, I think cooling's genuinely going to be a problem for them, and they've already had problems with brake failure, or not failure, but brake overheating at the previous event. But turbo heat is then going to be a problem for them in that car as well, just because of that exhaust coming back through and spooling that turbo up. So yes, they're going to get access to feeding that engine in, slightly smaller capacity engine, but also think it's going to be a more efficient engine as well. They'll have to carry a little bit less fuel on board to get that one around, but that's offset with a smaller fuel tank in that car. We're not a competitive pit stop in terms of delivering fuel to these cars. So what you start with is what you got for the race, basically. So it just means that you can carry that car a fraction lighter across the course of the stint, and the Ferrari's going to lighten itself up across the course of a stint and get back to a more even playing field later on in the race as well. Just again, it's efficiency in terms of the way the engines go.
That efficiency is going to be key in terms of how they look to apply that power curve and how that is going to work in the GT3 category. But let's go to the GT4 category and let's go all the way back to the start of the season and exactly how we have got to this point in TSS The Super Series and what has been a wonderful championship to go and put together, Scott, starting all the way back with you and I looking at the racing action that went along in GT4 over at the Sepang International Circuit. And I tell you what, we had two very, very good races there.
Yeah, they were phenomenal. Racing to start us off, and also don't forget as well the GTC category to kick us off for the weekend. But yeah, GTC, GT4, GTC's not here this weekend. Good luck, boys. Put it all together. And the opening rounds were just chaotic, weren't they?
Absolutely. Let's sit in and listen and watch GT4, GTC.
ไฟไหม้อยู่ในตัวรถครับแล้วโดนเอารถออกมาอย่างนี้ครับเปิดปุ๊บแล้วรีบลงครับ
Strong wins then in the opening round for Inging X Autoworks Racing there with Prakan Prafa and Andrew Adlajevic here. They're getting it done in race one. Race two being a little bit easier for Kantati Kasiri and Decathlon there for Karawat, getting exactly what they wanted to kickstart their season off after a 6th place finish for the AAS Motorsports team. GT4 were very interested in that. There's no GTC, of course, racing here today at Sepang, but ultimately in that category, it was spoils shared between Toyota and Gazoo Racing Thailand's two teams there of Natavud and Nado Vatanatham, and then Natapong Hothongkum and Manat Kalapananok. There who were getting their results in, but a 2-1 was what was needed for Natapong's team to take the initiative there in GTC. There was also the battles that had to be done and conducted between GT3 and GTM, and that is here for you right now.
มาดูกันครับว่าเกมการแข่งขันมาแบบไหนสวยมากครับตอนไหนก็มาตายแล้วครับยังไม่ทันไรเลยมันไป2 ลำครับนาที ยาวเลยอ่ะบดบี้บดบี้มาครับแต่งท้ายกำลังจะแทรกขึ้นมาครับโอ้กันดาศักดิ์ยางแตกหรือเปล่าครับคุณผู้ชมโอ้โหยางซ้ายแตกครับหลังซ้ายหมุนตรงโค้ง8ครับแล้วแซงแล้วเล่นตีจะเข้ามาโอ้โหจะกินแล้วคุณผู้ชมเสียจังหวะเสียอาการไปเลยครับสำหรับพาโลครับมีเหตุการณ์อีกครั้งหนึ่งของแซนดี้ครับ
GTM was comfortable in the end for PSC Motorsport and that Ferrari 296 challenge. The team of Saravat, Sarith Aranakul and Afik Yazid would be very happy with their result, getting it done at the double. They would get the victories then over CRE Racing, the team of Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, and then over the Fire Monkey X Silver Rocket team of Simon Chan and Alex Lee, who were very happy with their results, a third and a second, which put them tied on point. An interesting day, full though it was back then, of issues for tyres being a key factor. While the race should be happy over for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and Piti Virombakti there and Akantasak Kasiri getting what they wanted in race one, the puncture put them on the back foot. So Daniel Bilski and Satapon Viracha for B-Quik Absolute Racing would take their result in race two, and with their third place that they had, they would climb well up the order with the back-to-back second places of Henk Kicks and Alessandro Giretti, who is doing an absolutely wonderful job this year as a former Sauber junior. But there's also the case of the golden standard of a racing circuit out there, which is Bungsen, that they had to go and challenge. And on the streets, it would be a different challenge in its entirety. We'll take a look at what happened with GT4 and GTC from the fabled streets.
ละครับเกมกำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นนะครับสำหรับทุกการ GT4 และ GT4 ครับทางตรงจะเป็นของ Porsche หรือว่าโตโยต้าซูปราครับในรถแข่งของนันทรนะครับที่จับคู่กับเต้สุภกิจเจนจิตตานันท์นักแข่งทั้งคู่เป็นซิลเวอร์นะครับช่วงการจอดก็จะค่อนข้างนานครับโอ้แต่ว่าหลุดแล้วเห็นไหม19ครับท้ายห้อยครับทำสต็อปแอนด์โกเหรอเจ็ดเต้าเลยครับแล้วตกไปอยู่หลังบูมกันนาทีด้วยอ่ะโอ้โหเจอใครไม่เจอมาเจอบูมอีกเปิดให้น้องๆหน่อยเฮียอีกแล้วแล้วรอบนี้ของมิเชลจะเพิ่มแก๊ปได้ไหมนาทีมิเชลเชมินจายเก๋าทั้งคู่แล้วดูเหมือนมิเชลเชมินจายก็เปิดเกมได้ดีมากจะขนาบไปกับบูมกันที่กุจิริแปะกันแล้วโอ้ยแล้วก็ยังไงแล้วมาทางกันตรงนี้ครับกลายเป็นว่าบูมกันทีที่เสียเหลี่ยมตรงนี้ตกไปอยู่อันดับ3ครับวิ่งทีมมอเตอร์สปอร์ตจากมาเลเซียครับต้องลองดูว่าเขาจะมีปัญหาอะไรอีกหรือเปล่านะครับ3 วิเนี่ยอีก3รอบเจอกันแน่นอนธนาธรตั้งเนียนนาชัยติดมาครับดูติดมาเลยครับกดดันจะสลับเข้ามาที่โค้ง13เลยครับโค้ง13แซงขึ้นมาได้ไม่มีปัญหาครับโอ้ติดแล้วครับคุณผู้ชมแซงตรงไหนดีโอ้โหนันทรครับใช้เวลา5รอบจากที่ตามอยู่แซงเลยครับแบบนี้ไม่รอครับโค้ง18ครับไปตรงนี้219ครับเลมอนหลิวครับโอ้ย39ครับหวังสู้ยินครับชิคเคนครับไปขวางอยู่ตรงนี้
Truly beautiful trophy, isn't it, over at Bung Sen? And it really did show over in GT4 how critical it is to stay consistent for Petrolife Racing Team and Ananthorn Tangin Anachai. They're a case of a first, a second, a third, and a fourth over the first 4 rounds, and that would put them now heading into today just 6 points back of Kantidi Kasiri and Decanthorn for Kawarat. Then for AAS Motorsports, who's first and second, would give them the margin that holds them the lead in GT4, with the ever-consistent run of the second AAS Motorsports car, then getting a fourth and a third at Bung Sen, saying, look, we're still in the fight, but we are 24 points adrift. drift. Over in that category battle of GTC, the key being a case of 1-2 switching about between the Toyota Gazoo Team Thailand cars, as the Turtle Monster Racing machine would find 2 retirements, and ultimately those 2 retirements are Bang Sem making all the difference, which means that it is Natapong and Manat's team ahead of Natavud and Nardal, then by a margin of 86 plays 68, so an 18-point margin heading into the mid part of the season. So that being said, in terms of battles, there was still a lot to decide between GTM and then, of course, GT3 at Bang Sem.
มารอดูกันตอนนี้มีทั้งหมดด้วยกัน9คันนะครับจะมีรถแข่งในคลาส GT3 อยู่ทั้งหมด6คันนะครับ GTM อีก4คันโอ้ยมีหมุนไป1อาจจะยางมันยังไม่ร้อนล่ะครับแล้วจังหวะเปิดคันเร่งเนี่ยอาจจะเกิดอาการสปินครับการแข่งขันซุปเปอร์ GT3 และ GTM เรสแรกของสุดสัปดาห์นี้ที่บางแสนกลางปีแล้วเจคันเร่งออกมาแล้วครับในขณะนี้ครับมาดูครับแดเนียลครับมีแปะครับแดเนียลวิ่งขึ้นมาเป็นผู้นำครับคุณผู้ชมโหดยังไงเนี่ยโอ้โหแต่ที่โหดกว่าครับยังไงครับบีซีพิโรพักดีครับไล่จากติดที่6แซงมา3คันขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับ3ครับตอนนี้ครับอันดับ1และ2ในคลาส GTM ไล่กันอยู่ครับพี่จอนตอนนี้ขายมาแล้วแต่เมื่อชายครับหลายคนเชียร์เขาอยู่ครับตอนนี้อยู่ใน9 โอเวอร์ออลท่านสุริยาคุณปื้มครับยังวิ่งอยู่ครับเขาเรียกว่านานๆลงรวมทีหน่อยแต่ก็อยากจะวิ่งอันดับ4นะครับในคลาส GTMแล้วครับตอนนี้ผ่านมันเปิดแล้วจะรอเข้ายังไงก็เข้าชิดขวาครับอันเดอร์คัทครับสิงห์2คันครับเข้าคู่ครับแล้วมาดูกันว่าแดเนียลบิลกี้จะยังอยู่ในแทร็กต่อไปอีกกี่รอบเอาล่ะผู้นำเข้าพิษแล้วสถาพรเข้าต่อกดดันเลยครับทีนี้สถาพรเราเอามาแล้วครับยังไม่ทันได้แบบว่าล้างหน้ายางเลยครับมาแล้วครับลูกพี่ผมแบบนี้เขาเรียกว่าสู้มือครับโอ้ยแล้วจังหวะเบรกครับยังบล็อกอยู่ครับแต่ยังไงก็ตามต้องบล็อกให้นานที่สุดครับใช่ครับบล็อกให้นานที่สุดครับใช้ความแคบของแจกให้เป็นประโยชน์ครับสถาพรจะโดนตรงไหนโค้ง15จะอยู่ไหมครับยังโดนดูติดมา3คันครับแล้วถ้าคาโลเลือกลายผิดจะโดนแบงค์เสียบในนะครับแบบนี้แล้วก็จะไปนะครับแล้วก็ยังไป15ได้ครับโดน2ครับแบงค์โดน2ครับคุณผู้ชมโอ้โหเราใช้บริการเดี๋ยวนะโปร2ชั้นเลยอันนี้ตรงไหนผมแปลครับเอาไปอีกคันหนึ่งAMGครับโอ้ยใจเย็นตรงไหนโอ้โหครับพอเช่แฮร์ทินขอแสดงความยินดีกับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ครับ
อยู่อันดับที่6
รุ่นนี้ครับรุ่นใหญ่ที่สุดเลย GD3 กับ GTM ครับอาเลตาโดชิเลตีขนาบข้างมาครับไม่ยอมครับจะยกไหมครับใครถึงก่อนเลตาโดต้องยกครับคาโลพันแดมเก๋ากว่ายกมาปิดไว้ได้อาเลตันโดกริปยังไม่มาคุณผู้ชมแบบนี้ก็จะเป็นโอกาสให้คาโลพันแดมนั้นหนีออกไปก่อนแล้วครับสถานการณ์ในเกมอาจจะไม่ค่อยเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่นะครับแต่ว่าเราต้องมาวัดกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งในตอนเข้ามาทำที่สต็อปเนี่ยแหละครับถึงแม้ว่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวกันก็ตามแต่ว่าช้าไม่ได้ครับช้าที่นันนี่บอกว่าอย่าช้าคันหลังเข้ามาแล้วด้านของอาเลซันโดชิเลติได้เวลาเราเป็นปืนจะเปิดนะโอ้ยเศร้าเลยเปิดตรงนี้ล่ะเปิดให้อ่ะยางแตกเลยเอ้ายังไงจริงเหรอยางแตกครับนี่แหละจังหวะนี้แหละที่ทำให้ยางซ้ายแตกครับของแดนนี่ตู้วิงฝั่งพิดเปิดแล้วปิดวินโดว์โอเพนครับเข้ามาแล้วครับเบอร์ 89 คาโรฟันดัมแล้วก็ตามด้วยรถของอเล็กซานโดเทียสิงครับแต่ที่แน่ๆตอนนี้ 1-2 ห่างกันจุด 9 เท่านั้นเองครับโอ้ยเอาละครับตอนนี้พี่ซ้อนเราครับเริ่มใช้ความเร็วขึ้นมาแล้วโยกขวาใครถึงก่อนตีคู่กลางได้เว้ยเอ็นคิกได้แอบมองไม่ได้คิกไม่ได้ไม่ยอมไม่ยอมแล้วโดนคิกไม่ยอมไม่ได้ครับโอ้ยใจว่าฮอตเลย106ด้วยเอา107ไม่พออีกขอ108อีกบ้าไปแล้ว200แซงนอกนะครับโอ้เจลี่โรโบแทมเบรกไม่ได้ครับเข้าแคบเกินแล้วจะลองมาไล่ตรงนี้ครับเอาแครี่สปีดมา18ล้อจับคนครับยังอยู่ในพวกกันมาไวเข้ามาเฮ้ยเดียวกันสลิปสตีนมาแล้วเตรียมตัวที่จะหักคัดขวาโยกออกนอกครับคู่ไปก่อนมาแล้วพ้นนะครับตูดไปหน่อยนึงแล้วก็เข้ามาเรียบร้อยครับโอ้โหชิงขึ้นขาวก่อนตอนนี้เคลียร์กันเบอร์ 89 ครับว่าจะเข้ามาไล่เบอร์ 26 ของเก่งคิกได้หรือเปล่าออกเหรอโอ้ยเดี๋ยวนะมาถึงแล้วครับโอ้ยอันดับ2กับ3คุณผู้ชมเผลอแป๊บเดียวมาถึงท้ายแล้วครับคุณเจ้าวอลลุ่มลงมาทางตรงเบรกขึ้นมาถึงไหมครับมิสเตอร์เฮงกิ๊กยอมไหมจังหวะนี้แตกกันแล้วโอ้ยผ่านไปได้คู่ครับผ่านไปได้คู่บีบจังหวะขึ้นทางตรงโอ้ยขึ้นเขาบีบขึ้นมาต้องมีคนหนึ่งยกก่อนครับโอ้โห
Well, isn't there a flair for the dramatic when Bang Sen comes to town and everybody realizing that it was elbows out with championship ramifications that were brought in and around. So important a day there for Piti Birambakti and Kansak Kasiri getting a third and a first at Bang Sen, which sets them up with the championship lead by 5 over Alessandro Garetti and Henk Kicks. And I'll have to call it the Henk Kicks second step of the podium because that's 4 second places in a row that they have had. A big damage there with that tyre on the contact with Garetti there for Carlo Van Dam means that for Vorovod and Carlo, they are now down in a tie for third place, but their win keeps them ahead of Ben Scoots and Shane Woodman over at Black Wolf Motorsport with their back-to-back 4th place finishes. GTM seeing again back-to-back running then 100 out of 100 for Saravat and Afik Yazid, then for PSC Motorsports and Cree Racing. Once again, they're getting back-to-back second places as far as they sit in play. So that is the rules of engagement coming into today. Scott, we need to talk qualifying and what happened, and we've got the footage here of qualifying for you all to see as we are about 45 minutes away from the start of racing action to set up of GT3, GT4 and GTM. So this is what they had to launch out with yesterday in order, or this morning, to get themselves up and ready into position out there. 3 B-Quik cars getting very quick out of pits, wanting as much time as they needed here in the 2 15-minute sessions that they had available to qualify.
Yeah, and again, also they've had practice sessions this week, but this is the first time that these cars are really out there and in anger and mixing it up in terms of lap time. And with 15 minutes worth of qualifying, get yourself out there nice and early, find some speed and find some track position if you possibly can. The driver that completes qualifying run in this session here across our weekend will start the first race of the weekend. That one's coming our way in about 45 minutes or so. The driver that completes qualifying 2 will start race number 2. The other thing to consider as well is you have to complete a pit stop in amongst both of those races, and you were talking about it earlier on today as well. There's also some compensation time to be added to those pit stops. That's all for the category of driver that you have. You have yourself a gold driver, you're going to pay a gold driver's potential to increase your lap time. Platinum drivers also get a little bit extra taken out of them for the very top end of town in terms of motorsport moon that's available to your race team. Alessandro Garetti gets himself one of those gold driver penalties, and that's something teams are going to plan, strategize, and drive around. And, well, at the same time, you've got to drive yourself around the hills of Sepang. Again, the racetrack is pretty. The flow is... I just love this track for how tricky it is to drive, yet unassuming it looks on the surface. This is one of Herman Tilke's very best.
It very much is. It's what put him on the map, this Sepang circuit, if I'm going to be quite honest. This was his magnum opus that said, oh wow, we are introduced to the world of Herman Tilke. Then the Shanghai International Circuit came along, and that was another wonderful circuit that's brought itself together. And then all of those little updates and pieces of the puzzle, you turn around and go, okay, he's doing a really, really nice job in terms of what he created in the early to mid 2000s. But now we set ourselves up with just how important all of that is. I'm going to disagree with you slightly, Scott. I don't think it's called I would call it a penalty. I would say it's the weight of bringing a driver of that caliber along with you. I wouldn't say it's a penalty, quote unquote. I would say it's the weight of responsibility for how quick you are.
Yeah, the other thing to consider as well is it's also an opportunity for Alessandro Garetti to get out over here and get laps underneath his belt. You know, I can also tell you that we're pleased enough to have Graham Dowsett in the Team NZ car that's going to be here. I believe Chris Vanderdrift was actually lined up to be on board that car this weekend as well as the co-driver for the number 7. So, yeah, look, you're dragging drivers of a high quality and high standard out and over here, but they've got that potential to really impact the car. For Henk Kicks as well, the other side of that coin is he gets some of the very best driver coaching, driver tutelage. It's quite often you compare yourself to somebody else. You either go to a Porsche car, a Toyota E6 car like we just saw. The only person you can directly compare yourself to is the guy who's on exactly the same tires, exactly the same hardware, exactly the same anything. Because sometimes there's just slight differences in every little bits and piece around the car. Well, this means Alessandro is driving exactly the same car that Hank is. And Hank's out here and he's doing the first half of laps, but they've compared their driver data, they've compared and contrasted them and started to put them together. And it's an improvement process for Hank Kicks as well.
It very much is, and this team of Kicks and Goretti, Henk, of course, the big boss at B-Quik Absolute Racing. Goretti brought in from the Porsche program to drive this the entire season, get him some more time underneath his belt. And what you see is you get a driver like Henk Kicks who's there to maybe just understand the car, try and get a little bit quicker. Goretti is basically that leading mark, and how Alessandro Goretti would set up a car and how Henk Kicks would need a car to set up. Surely you'd be looking at how this would go in terms of setting up pace and go, okay, well, Alessandro Goretti can drive a car lightning fast, but does he need to sacrifice his setup to allow Henk Kicks to have a car that is drivable for his standard?
Yeah, and that's the balance. And realistically, when you're putting a car and a program together, let's not necessarily refer to Hank Kicks as perhaps a worse driver, but a gentleman driver. Is
yes,
the capability to drive a race car on the very limit. You will dial the car to that limit. When you've got a gentleman driver in and seated alongside of you as a co-driver, you've got to bring it back fractionally from that limit, because you're trying to create a wider band for the car to operate in, because you've got a driver that needs a wider band. He's going to be not as accurate as you. You're going to be meter perfect with all of your braking zones, because this is what you do as a professional athlete. He's not going to be able to, he's not capable of doing that. So what you're trying to do is you actually take the edge off a race car to give it this wider band. And what that band means is that if he misses his braking marker by 2-3 meters, you can still pull the car up, still turn it nice and accurately, and not hurt, mark the tire, overheat anything, do some work to those sorts of things. So you take a little bit of the edge off it. The other thing is you're capable of that butt feel, that real edge of your seat feel, in terms of having a car right on the end. So you'll be neutral steer. When a car is really perfectly driving really, really well towards coming off a corner, you'll be neutral steer or slight counter steer. A gentleman driver is not capable of hanging the car in that neutral to slight oversteer balance. So you've got to drive a car, perhaps it's a fraction understeer, because a gentleman driver can jump in. An understeer car is rather easy to drive, but it's incredibly difficult to extract pace out of. A car that's oversteery or snappy or torquey is difficult to drive and get to that edge, but they're generally rather pacey, and you get some of that reward that comes your way. And I really like the way that this number 12 car has been put together. One of the reasons it's been so strong, and it's won that championship last year, yes, you can say that Piti Birambati, a lot of that car's performance is him progressing himself as a driver. He has really lifted his standard, and he is a bronze driver, but I think he's starting to push that realm of a silver driver realistically. So now you've got yourself effectively an AA driver pairing, and it's very tough to walk past that.
It is, and you do have to start wondering, the better they continue to do, are their weight levels going to have to start being increased? And the difference between a bronze silver and a silver very much has a different feeling of it entirety. Focus there on that lovely Ferrari challenge there, that 296 that has been all-conquering in GTM, and you see that time of the number 77 going up as high as fourth on a 213, so it's not really that far off the pace here in terms of the level that it's got, but the way that it's been able to go about it, they've been trying to do everything they can to dial it back, but the more that they've been trying to dial it back for PSC Motorsport, the more that they've been going through. And a big joy for me with that number 8, it's the KRM Konrakmia team there of Sontaya Kumplo, who's there running that number 8. I did a little bit of translation work to that team over at the Championship, which turned around to the cabinet of men who love their wives, and I would definitely be a member of that team, because I love my wife.
I mean, yeah, sure it is, but also think back to, this is the 20th anniversary Bangsen Grand Prix livery car, and it is 20 events that have been run at the Bangsen Grand Prix. We had a lovely weekend of celebrating that, and one of the best weekends we've actually ever covered there, just in general. But the other thing about that car is it had all this, parade lap. It got its own time on the circuit and all of that. And for what it was and what it presented on that occasion, it walked away with really, I think it was maybe 15 minutes worth of racing action across the two races. It was frustrating to watch. They struggled with that car all weekend, and what was supposed to be, you know, a big moment, and getting that 991 Gen 1 Evo package Cup car out there, they got really, really limited running. Gee, that's tricky car placement, isn't it, between the GT3 and the GT4 categories? But hey, they've got that car back together. They've clearly found the gremlins in it and got it back out there for some time.
And the issue as well that you look around and say that qualifying is going to be so important, it's so important when you're trying to put it together here in terms of GT4, because they've got to have the space to go out there and run and not be monstered and overtaken over the course of their lap. And they're not that far off actually in GT4 pace here as far as their early to mid qualify was concerned. They're only 6 seconds, 7 seconds a lap off the pace out there. You turn that to an hour, that's probably equating to I'm going to get lapped once, maybe twice over the hour.
Yeah, lap distance around here, realistically, so you're 5 seconds off the pace. We're a 2-minute lap, 120 seconds. It's going to take you 24 laps, so it's going to be about 1.5 times you're going to get lapped across that hour. You're going to get in the realm of 28 to 30 laps out of the hour, barring a safety car inclusion. And then you have a look at the GT4s, and they're 10 seconds a lap off, so 12 times. We're going to be 2.5 laps potentially off the pace as well. Also keeping half an eye on that 139 entry as well. That'll be an interesting one just to sort of see. I think they're having some issues with the Toyota Supra at the moment, just trying to get some pace out of that car. I think it's capable of somewhere, you know, at least 10 seconds faster. So, you know, just hang on to your hats, just get yourself a little bit more happy, a little bit more comfortable indeed on board that car, and see what comes the other way.
Yeah, for those who are just tuning in with us, we're taking a highlights look at what happened in qualifying earlier on in the week. We do understand that it is going to be a night race that is going to be conducted. Currently some Porsche Carrera Cup Asia running is just about to finish up, and we're next on the docket as far as it goes. But as they headed towards the crunch time out there, you see the lights there of the 139 there of Manopo and Suejamto looking to work for Toyota Gazoo Racing Indonesia, trying to find the all-important result necessary to say, look, we're going to be out there, we're going to be competing and trying to get what we can out of this. And you consistently get to see a lot of joy out there with running teams out there. First time we've seen the Indonesian team out there and running from Toyota Gazoo Racing. So they're obviously looking to try and get something from it. And also worth noting, first time that we've seen our engineering out there and running, and they get the new team bonus in terms of their compensation time, Scott, so they get an extra 15 seconds because we don't know what their pace level is. So effectively they get P1 ballast on the top of it as we focus, or the focus there is on AAS Motorsport then with 3.5 minutes to go. But I'm very excited to see how Juchin and Elias Seppanen are able to get on today.
Yeah, but it's also good to see the expansion of a couple different teams' operations. You know, you talked about the 139 and them joining us here for the racing action this weekend. And that's an improvement for them. And you actually see as we got a little bit deeper into qualifying, they dipped down to a 217. It's a couple of seconds off the pace, but they certainly found something from that car. Also talk about the AII and AAS Motorsport entries. Initially joined this category, I think it was back at Sepang, I want to say 2024. The first time it sort of came to this track, it was an opportunity for a lot of the more regional Asian teams to step in. Look, if you've got a GT4 car, there's a GT4 series running down here in Thailand. Come on down and give it a go. And again, that opportunity to get some laps here at Sepang and take the category. But again, we talked about the domination currently of the Honda NSX, particularly in these driver one sessions in terms of the GT3 category. But really, really enjoying also seeing Anand Thorn and Superkit putting this car through its paces and a Supra on top at the moment.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job. And then that 77A getting up then to the order. So Anand Thorn saying, look, I am wanting to put the Petrolife team up there, and they managed to get that as the GT4 AMG Mercedes finds itself then down in the box, and PSC spent a long time down there trying to get some cooling done or whatever is necessary, but not enough time to get back out there to finish the lap. And you can see finding space, finding differences out there, very, very tough to go and navigate through. But ultimately a qualifying which said, right, this track got quicker and quicker and quicker, but in the baking sun, it was hot, it was slippery. You could see some of the heat haze there coming off of the circuit then, and that's one of the things that we see quite a bit here at circuits like this one here. And in this region, it gets so hot, Scott, that it looks like there's water on the circuit, but that's just the oxidization process happening of how hot it is. You can physically see it on the cameras.
Yeah, you can see that heat haze, the real shimmer that comes off the road. But the thing from Malaysia is it's rarely ever cool, it's rarely ever dry, it's always hot and humid. So, you know what you're going to get. The only thing that sort of messes that up is a little bit of rain that finds its way in and amongst everything. This number 7 car as well is just being sort of purchased and picked up. They're running this car through its paces of the Dowsett and the Vanderdrift car. Is a little bit of discussion about what they're trying to do. I believe that car will be registered in GT World Challenge Australia potentially next year. They're building themselves up to it. There was Graham Dowsett with the Team NZ racing outfit had an Aston Martin GT4, and they actually went racing with that car back at the Bathurst 12 Hour at the start of this year, and it ended up in a massive shunt, wrote the car off, and we never saw that car again. It was actually slated to be running for those guys in Thailand Super Series, and they've actually walked that one back just because the raw body and chassis damage to that car was a write-off. It was genuinely a write-off. It would be replace that car if you can. But instead of buying another GT4, well, spend a little bit more dosh and roll out with a GT3, and that's what they've done with the Merc.
Yeah, and they're very happy with that, trying to get to pace with the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. The checkered flag will come out in qualifying 1. This is the qualifying for today that is all important. So Kansas Kasiri then on top, but it would be a case of half a second to the good on these attempts, and that will, Peter Bakti setting the time out there as they would run the first qualifying. This is important to note here out there, Scott. The first qualifying is set with the lower category of driver by their rating. The second qualifying with the faster category of driver for their rating, and that is to say that the driver who qualifies the car does not start the race out there on the respective qualifying. So it's kind of a bit of a mishmash, but you'll see in race 2, for example, out there tomorrow, that it's going to be the quick driver's going to be in the car last, chasing back. In the case of what we have here, it's the driver who's of the lower category who will get the chance to finish this first race of 2 tonight.
Ooh. Did you hear that brake pinch? I think there was someone on the way into pit lane was pinching a brake just then. I think it might have actually been the 991 Porsche in the background that's got the indicator on at the moment, the number 8 machine, I think. So, righto, that's the end of qualifying. It was Piti Bkk.Lt and Kansas Kasiri to take pole position for race 1. Voravood, Bkk.Lt and Carlo Van Dam. Daniel Bilski and Sathapon will take P3 in the first of the B-Quik cars. Jaron Stuvik and Hank Kicks and Alessandro Goretti, the top 5.
Yeah, a lovely top 5 in terms of the first part of qualifying. And keep that in the back of your mind, ladies and gentlemen, as far as they go, because that was just one part of an all-important qualifying session that set itself into motion. But you also got part 2 of qualifying and the times that would be oh so important to get together up on the board for it. And that second stage of 15 minutes that says, look, the second race is just as important as the first, because, Scott, you've got to remember, they do not discriminate here in this series between a race 1 or a race 2. They score exactly the same points.
No, yeah, so it's what you've got to remember is effectively we have 2 one-hour races across the weekend in Thailand Super Series. Race 1, lower rated driver hands over to higher rated driver. Race 2 is the inverse of that. Your higher rated drivers, your pro drivers on board, all of these cars are going to be starting the cars, handing back over to their lower rated teammates. Now, it's going to be completely different conditions this weekend as well, because remember, it's just gone 8 p.m. in Malaysia at this point in time. Team NZ weren't quite prepared to get that car out right at the start end of the session for Chris Vanderdrift. but they will roll off there. And then tomorrow's a morning race. So basically, our Thailand Super Series categories are sort of back-to-back against each other this weekend. We've had the 86 challenge just before twilight here this afternoon, Porsche Cup in the middle, and then we're into the GT3, GTM, GT4 categories. Tomorrow, we're going to be the first cabs off the rank. We're going to be very early morning for these guys, and then they're out of here. They'll be packing the cars up straight into the haulers and get them back down and into Thailand.
Absolutely. They decided here today, Scott, they wanted, for tomorrow, they want to make me wake up at 4 a.m. to cover it. I love it, but they decided they want to wake me up at 4 a.m.
I believe you referred to that as silly o'clock, and the only fool who got me up at that point in time is you. But that's what you do when you love car racing, isn't it?
Exactly.
I'm out here. I'm a car racing fan, and he said to me basically before we were preparing this sort of piece this evening, is we're just podcasting. We're out here chatting about the mechanics of car racing. If you'd have told me, I first got my commentary gig started 13 years ago, commentating League of Legends for a little bit of fun. You'd have been told me I would be commentating $1 million race cars 13 years from now. Well, actually, it would have been 11 years, I think. No, probably not even. I think it was about 9 years when we first got started in the series. I would have called you mental and to go and get your head checked. And yet, here we are, sitting down, enjoying. I've got a can of Coke in front of me, having a read, having a look at our GT4s that are rolling out of pit lane, and getting an opportunity to have a chat about compensation pit times.
Absolutely. Other beverages are available. I've got a lovely glass of water, all reliable, out there for me. But yes, compensation time. So you get no seconds out there for bronze. If you're on your own, we've got one solo bronze driver out there. You get 8 seconds out there, and it continues to roll up all the way up to about 95 seconds now. The largest time that we will see in a pit stop window is going to be the silver combination of that 77A at PSC Motorsport. They will have to spend the equivalent of just shy, Scott, of 2.5 minutes on pit lane.
Yeah, and it's not in the stall, it's on pit lane. So it's from pit lane entry when you cross the timing beam down there to pit lane exit. So you've got to break that up. There's a transit time for pit lane, and you know, you'll take an element of that, but there's also, you've got to subtract that from your stop time, and then you probably take another half a second out of that as well, because there's sort of two ways to think about it. Because we're actually seeing a little bit of dicing for track position. The tyres wouldn't be up to temperature quite yet. This is about lining yourselves up. Actually, they probably would be up to temperature at 11.5 minutes to go in the session for this one. So that's important, you know, punching a hole through, grabbing a spot. But working your way through the stops as well, if it's 2.5 minutes from beam to beam, you're probably looking at I want to say a 2-minute stop, a 30-second transit time. It's probably not quite that. So you're probably actually looking for about a minute 59.5 seconds. And that extra half a second is the difference between traveling from the entry to the exit of pit lane and pulling up and pulling away from your stall. It's probably an extra half a second loss.
Yeah, so that extra difference is there, and you're already seeing there the need to try and warm those tyres up and try and get yourself sorted on that. That's the 39 making all the progress there. So that would have been Wing Hin Motorsport then, that was just trying to get that GT4 Evo to try and sync up and get itself warmed up in tyres. And that operational window, it does take a couple laps, so drivers will try absolutely everything, Scott, to get at least an operating surface temperature out there on the tyre, even if the core tyre temperature isn't quite there.
An interesting conversation actually to a dirt sprint car driver about the way that those tyres work, and they work a little bit differently, particularly with caution periods and the tyres cooling off. And really in dirt sprint car racing, everyone's a tyre whisperer. Everyone thinks they've got the magic sauce to make their tyres work a little bit differently. Obviously we don't do that. You just prepare the tyre, they come out of the mould. You want to take that sheen initially off of them, and then they work their way into being a good tyre. But a rotor tyre as well, you're effectively changing the chemical construction of the tyre as well with a heat cycle putting through it. It forces the rotor to become a little bit harder, which means it doesn't offer as much peak grip. But a rotor tyre in a race across an hour period is better than a green tyre, because that green tyre will come in and go off. A rotor tyre will take a little bit longer to come in and a little bit longer to go off, and that time difference is also something to sort of think about here. And additionally, the success balance that's at the bottom of this graphic on the right-hand side is from the previous race. So we're comparing to race 2 from the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Race 1, compensation success time, does not get added to race 1 of this weekend. No, race 1 of this weekend is set from race 4 of the calendar, which was the second race for this category from Bang Sen. And tomorrow's race success times will come from tonight's race and where they all finish. And remember, it's in GT3 as a whole, in GT4 as a whole, in GTM as a whole, not within the categories and the classes there.
Yeah, so that makes all of the difference out there as you get a look then to say that's how the pit stops count on the right-hand side. And there is the 22 in GT4 trim making that progress around. So as far as that would then sit on by, that would be Petronas then who would be looking to try and push on. And sometimes around a circuit like this one, find yourself a partner to work with, get yourself a little bit of tow, or it helps. Or, if they're not quick enough, just go by them. Why not make an overtake when you're qualifying?
This will be one team and one driver in a little bit of a tyre cooling phase and a tyre reset phase, and another guy that's on a push lap. And you just don't want that guy right there and in amongst you. And now he's scrambling back for a little bit more track position, not necessarily going to find it either. So, again, little games, little advantages, little losses, but when you're a race car driver, you're after that all weekend.
You absolutely are. And the curbs as well, I think, are going to be important to note here for how aggressive you need to be on them. They are flat, but they do raise up to the sides of the curb. Not as aggressive as, say, a Nürburgring does, let's say, for example, but they do have a little bit of rise to them. And actually what you find is you're allowed to take them to a point because you've got the rise, but then it's almost like a peaked curb, one long peaked curb, Scott, where you go over the top of it, and then once you're over the other side of the top, that's it. Forget trying to ride it, you're going to get spat out.
Well, you've also got to think of these curbs as they are a little bit of a drainage device as well, but you've also got to think it creates a safety issue for MotoGP riders in essence as well. You'll see a little bit of a different design in curbs and the way the curbs are used. Probably the Red Bull rings are a really, really good comparison. And the reason I've selected that one is we've got MotoGP, we've got Porsche Cup, touring cars, GT3s, and then Formula One. But in Formula One, they dig additional kitty litter trenches off the back of the curbs to try and dissuade drivers from using them on that occasion. With MotoGP, and this circuit being a part of that, and a lot of motorcycle racing that does go on here, you have to have a curb that's safe to ride over, that you don't have to sit the bike up straight away as soon as you touch that curb, because it then becomes a safety issue for those guys. Somebody falls, slides down and across the track. It is a little bit of an issue as well if you have a more serrated, an edge back curb, in terms of as the tyre leans over the back of the curb, it can grab and rip the tyre off the bead. So there's multiple different aspects to curb construction. And the thing is, whenever it becomes a safety issue, the drivers are like, oh no, it's not a safety issue, it's a lap time issue. I've got to be out there, I've got to use every little bit of real estate that's on me. Could you imagine being a steward that's sitting in here and there's a 2-minute length of track here as well, that these guys are lapping around. All of those corners that have potential for track limits to be violated, they've got to be monitored the whole way through this track session and lap times deleted. That makes this official's job a raw nightmare.
It does. It's a 5.5 kilometre circuit, so it's on the longer end of it, and you've got to just have cameras absolutely everywhere trying to track this. And we haven't really talked too much about how much elevation plays a role here around Sepang, and what makes it a great circuit is just how much you are climbing up and down and all around, like the peaks and troughs of what this circuit brings, Scott, because I think every single corner out there, I don't think you're going to get any two corners the same. You get similar profiles, but then you change the elevation of it and it makes the corner feel completely different.
Well, you think about probably the flattest section of the racetrack is that second sector, really turn 4. Once you rise up to turn 4, it's quite flat between turn 4 through to about turn 8. But all of the corners, turn 4 is a sharp right-hander. You right back down to second gear to get through there, maybe third gear. Turn 5, fast left-hander. And then turn 6 is a right-hander. And on the surface, they look very, very similar. But turn 6 is actually significantly sharper and cuts back on itself. So it's a little bit different layout. You have 2 very similar corners in turn 7 and turn 8. But the entry to turn 7 is quite wide, and you can flow into it. But the entire way that you're carrying speed through turn 7 and the double apex back into turn 8 is your focus, is your exit speed into turn 8. So this is off turn 4 here, through turn 5. There's a little bit of a dip here. and then you back over to the right-hand side. You just see how the Acura just stays to the right-hand side of the road. Now it's the tip-in point at 7. No, my apologies, I've got that all wrong. That's actually back after the lap. So anyway, that takes away this sector of the lap as well. All the way through turn 9, you come up at the really sharp left-handed hairpin, rise, turn 10. We're actually not really targeting to point the car in at the apex of turn 10. It's all about setting it up. And sometimes for the slower cars, we saw the 86s early, they want to be all the way on the right-hand side of the road at turn 10. But it's about carrying this nice long sweeping arc to get you back and pointed nicely off of turn 10, carry that speed through turn 12. Turn 12 is all about commitment, carrying lap speed, and 13 and 14 is it's a technical, progressive on and off the brake pedal through turn 13 and turn 14. It is the biggest challenge, I think, on this circuit from a technicality perspective. But look at this, turn 4, I hope you stick with this car. I really do hope you stick with this car. Off of turn 4, carry speed, get back to the right, driver's right-hand side of the road, flick it into the left, carry speed, you'll stay to the left-hand side. You come off a left-handed corner, normally you want to flow to the middle or the right-hand side of the road. You don't do that down there at turn 5. And it's because you've got to stay to the left to open up the right-hand route to the slower section at turn 6. Brilliant. And this is all of these corners, you have to attack them in I don't necessarily think I'm attacking the apex initially. A lot of late apexes, a lot of sacrificial sections of these corners. If you're aggressive at turn 1, you're sacrificing apex speed for turn 2 and the drive off to turn 3. If you're aggressive and carrying a lot of speed through turn 5, you have to compromise at 6. You're offline a little bit for 6. You're shallower at 6. Carry a lot of speed at 7. You're running wide at 7. You really got to pull the car up at 8. So again, and down here at 10 and 11, this is why this is one of the brilliant, such a great racetrack. Brilliant racetrack.
I am not going to take the low-hanging fruit, Scott, and say it's your favourite circuit, and you did actually just get lost on it out there.
I did. I know.
I'm not going to take the low-hanging fruit there because, you know, everyone gets their one, but you saw a little bit of 3 wide and how hard they have worked there. We saw there the case of Alessandro Gueretti getting the time necessary at 2:05.7 compared to Carlo Van Dam at a 2:05.8. A critical look then for Kantasak Kusari as well, as they're down in 4th place for that second race by the looks of things, as they all start piloting in because they realise, look, we've got the best of the tyre, we know that going any further it's a case of diminishing returns, and so it's putting that sense of qualifying a little bit tougher out there. And one thing that you do see from turn 1, for example, there, look at the different line that's taken there from the 77A of Super Kit there, taking a diamonded line through the opening corner rather than hugging the curb all the way along the inside.
Turn 1 is so switched back on itself that it's at times it feels like a triple apex corner, and there is an initial turn in, a flattening out of the turn in, and then a secondary turn back for that corner, and you can really hug and you can try and carry where you've got the downforce. The GT4s do definitely have a little bit of downforce back on them, but it's about straightening it out, just carrying mid-corner speed. But also the priority for this car was to be on the right-hand side of the racetrack to tip it back to the left for the tighter turn 2. So, and again, the car just drops away from you. When the front end drops away from you, you lose all grip at the front end, and you're sort of trying to balance the car and rotate it and drive it off that right rear tyre at the left-handed turn 2. The tyres just scream around this place because even the easy corners are not easy for a tyre.
They're very much not, and with just about half a minute to go in the session, it's a case of, can you still manage that tyre? Can you get it opening up into a window? You look at a team like here with Chris Thunderdrift then out there. This is important lap time logging. Of course, he knows a lot in terms of how he goes about it with his ALMS career that he's run through, but even if you're not going to get a quick time, some teams will want that extra lap because it's still extra data, Scott.
Absolutely. Extra data. You've got to be out there putting it on. It's just more laps. You know, if you weren't happy with where you were looking for a specific corner, even if this is a slow in lap, you're like, okay, where can I be looking? What can I be picking up? How can I be applying all of the little techniques and the little bits and pieces that I've been working on? What can I be working on? So there's a lot of opportunity to be doing things like that. It's just, you know, spot little things, and also think about, you know, the difference in sunlight that we've got here in this qualifying session. Really bright sun. Well, we're going into a night race session in just a few moments as well. So that changes how you'll be looking at the circuit. And then tomorrow we're early day. It's even earlier than this. So, you know, the shadows and things change.
And that will be seeing here how the end of this now sets up for everyone, and they will understand that that's pretty much it for them until the hour goes, and we are getting word that they are getting ready to start in terms of action soon for TSS The Super Series by B-Quik, with GT3, GTM and GT4 all looking to get themselves lined up for race 1. But critically for tomorrow, it's a case where Alessandro Garetti puts on top then, and B-Quik will need that, searching for their first win of the season in a very good championship fight, seeing then the likes then of Kantasak Kusari then in 4th position from the qualifying effort. And important it will be to see who will manage to find exactly what they need out of it. So there is the confirmation of that second qualifying with Henk Kicks and Alessandro Garetti putting the Porsche 911 GT3 R992 Evo on that pole position. Pole then for the Ferrari 296 Challenge again, and then that GR Supra GT4 Evo 2 getting exactly what it wants in terms of result. Looking through the field then, a little bit of a disparity on times, but I would say nothing too dramatic out there. No time set though from Craig Corliss, though, in the Mark II, which I think is a real big shame to see there, Scott.
Yeah, look, I think they've been struggling. I was looking at the timing for that car and I didn't see it up on the totem pole. So they may have had some issues with that car. If that's the case, Jalen Botham's rotten turn of luck has continued on. I'm just taking a quick look. We've had the cars actually just pop up now for circulation to the grid. Yeah, they're not. That's frustrating. They may have just put a line through that car for the weekend. That's annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be very frustrating for them, but it will now be a case of what can you do in a scenario like this here from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. It's the 3rd event of TSS The Super Series by B-Quik, and it is one where I think there is going to be an understanding of they have to turn up the heat at the mid part of the season and give themselves every platform then for success. We are not a million miles away now from the start of an hour, and to talk about this qualifying in a way that I think is quite interesting, let's put it to you from a team's perspective, Scott. It's Singer Motorsport Team Thailand 1 and 2, B-Quik 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, and they've certainly been on top of things at the moment for the Singer Motorsports crew, but at the same time, they've got to get away, they've got to get on with their job, and then they've got compensation times to think about as well at the back end of all of that. Now, the 89 car, we saw the tyre dramas that they had in the second race of the Bang Sen weekend, so their performance and their opportunity to score bulk points has sort of been hampered at a number of turns, and that's the reason that they're sitting down in equal 4th in terms of the drivers' standings and the team standings at the end of our 4th race of the season. And realistically, they've won a race, they've finished 3rd, and they've finished 4th, and they're still there and in the points battle and equal with a car that's been out there and done all the laps to this point.
But they need help, and they're running out of races to get that help effectively. I would argue this position, Scott, that Carlo Van Dam and Voravad Birombakdi have to find 6 victories and hope that they take points off of everyone else.
6 victories, no, but they're gonna. I think if we see perhaps a 4th or worse place finish for car number 12 in any of those races, and they win, that's certainly going to go a long, long way to closing that gap. But you're right, Kicks and Garetti are only 5 points off of the championship lead at the moment. Hank Kicks is qualified down in P5, and he's the 3rd of the GT3 runners from B-Quik in terms of qualifying times. But perhaps there's been some tuning, some working away at that car. Last year was the first time they ran that Porsche here, and they've gathered some data and they've been working on it. But the Audis have got so much data and years of understanding behind them. It takes a very different driving style to get the pace out of the 2 different marques and cars. Just from an engineering standpoint, do you run a little bit more wing and, the rear end stabilized and you don't really get that Porsche pendulum style effect? Well, that's going to take away from grip. And you've always got to remember, aero balance is effectively a seesaw. You add more aero balance to the rear end of that car to stabilize it for one of those effects. you take away from the front grip, and that's probably something they tinkered with last year, and they didn't necessarily look happy in the heat. This is a really, really cool racetrack here tonight because the UV's now off it, and that changes things quite a lot.
It very much does. Looking at GT4 in terms of an effort there, so Anathorn and the Petrolife team will be very happy about how they're looking to push us. Look at that, we are under the lights here in Sepang, and we'll be getting ready for racing action coming up in about 10 minutes time. Good qualifying for Petrolife, getting themselves up on the pole position, but they're turning around and looking at the threats of AAS Motorsport and the Caymans that they are running, and critically, their championship leading car they're fighting against is third and not second behind them.
Yeah, and that's going to really, really help in terms of getting that initial launch away and trying to disappear off down the racetrack. So get your head on and try and get ahead. But at the same time, anything happens on lap one and you get caught up next to each other, that changes things quite massively as well. So it's good launch. You've done the job from qualifying. Now you've got to put your head down. Now you've got to disappear into the sunset and try and run away with that one. So it's not. It's simple because everything sounds like it's going well on the surface, but it's not as easy as that.
No, oh, look at that grandstand in the back. Scott, doesn't that make you love Sepang?
Does. Really, really does. A lot of the little bits and pieces that make this place pop and stand out. You know, that's the huge benefit of where we are here over in, you know, the southern end of Asia, out towards Singapore, only a couple 100 kilometers away off down to the islands where they host Formula One races. It's monsoon country. It's tricky weather country. It sucks literally the life out of you when you put yourself into things out here. It's difficult to be a race fan, but GT3 racing under the lights at the home of a 12-hour endurance race, and this is another opportunity to put race laps down.
There is Yaro Razanakoto. Then from Madagascar, Sandy Stuvik, his teammate out there, and he knows and understands what he's got to do. Has had to come a long way from round one, where I think he hit the penalty tree in every branch on the way down there, Scott.
Yeah, a lot of car contact, a lot of work, and you know, a driver that's capable of really showing his wares internationally. He spent a year off in racing open wheelers over in Italy and trying to put all that together. Final words from Alessandro Gueretti as he hands on over to Henk Kicks, and Henk gets about his business. Stuvik's capable. At the end of the day, we've seen him aggressively drive through these fields, and at times you look at what he's capable of and you go, perhaps there's a gold-rated driver beyond there, and you hope that next round of guys that are looking for GT3 drivers to go and be a part of endurance teams and that sort of stuff, they're sitting here, they're watching Stuvik get out there and get the elbows out. And at the end of the day, you'd rather have a driver that's perhaps a little bit more aggressive that you can really tone back and do something with. Graham Dowsett's going to be behind the wheel of this Team NZ Mercedes-AMG, new to the series this weekend, like we're talking about, new car for that team as well and working on it. But at the same time, put your best wares forward, because a lot of these other guys, they're already, you know, they're in teams. Carlo Van Dam's locked into Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Alessandro Gueretti has his international drives. So they're looking at where you stack up and where you compete. And are you able to take steps to bring yourself closer to that field? Because if you are, they can pull you out of a car here in Thailand. They can slot you into a car over in Europe where there's a wealth of drivers that want to do that. They're looking for that final tier worth of talent. And Stuvik being a name that's made that European jump in the attempt to go and race over there and then come back to Thailand to be a local legend, now racing in Malaysia as part of the TSS categories this weekend. This is a statement drive for him. He needs big supports. He's had a reasonably successful campaign in GT Challenge in Asia as well. The win here by B-Quik car Audi that they were running in that campaign last year did quite successful. And you know, the rules and the regulations here for TSS require that you're a maximum of 3 cars per team, so they had to run under the different banner. It was the win here by B-Quik. It was a white Audi that they ran in this series last year, back under the yellow and black combination and paintwork on that car. And he is a local legend. I tell you that they line up to watch Sandy Stuvik go racing over in Thailand.
They absolutely do. There's a look at your GT4 pole position then, as Ananton has himself in the control. I love those gantries there, those signs that they have to get those pole positions sorted. It's the little things, I think, that make a series, and something as simple as that, a stand that stands up on some weighted plates at the bottom, I think is absolutely fantastic to go out there and see. The one thing you just hope is that someone doesn't forget it out there on the grid, and they got 2 men to take that one away, and absolutely awesome then on that regard. A reminder on your right-hand side of the compensation pit times, depending on their racing category out there, whether they're bronze or silver or gold, gives them a different weight entirely as far as it sits. And I will say, as far as team names go, I think one of the best names we got out there, the Elegant Racing Team. I love that. Imagine having an Elegant Racing Team. That's the Macau-based team then of Alex Liu and Raymond Liu, who are both going to be looking to try and get that 219 up the order from where they start in 16.
Yeah, and hopefully elegantly loping down the back straight away on board of their GT4. Yeah, not necessarily going all that well for the Pro-Am car as well. They're behind 2 of the AM cars as well. So that's also cars that team's going to have to pick away at, going to have to make overtakes on, and going to have to advance their race through. So, you know, get the head down, do what you can, but at the end of the day, you've got to survive lap 1. You have an hour ahead of you to get the jobs done and progress yourself, but you need to get the moves done early. I was actually having an interesting conversation to Josh Purwine, and he's a driver who was sort of talking to me about a lot of different guys out of Malaysia. A lot of sim races in Malaysia take these leaps forward. There's a strong program in Malaysia to step out of a car simulator and something that we take for granted at home. And you can step forward and you can get yourself into a low-level racing category, and you do success there, and you do your time, and the data all translates itself, and the fear factor doesn't pop into the race car. This is where you can find yourself driving, and he was able to list off names like the Haikals and a few of the other guys that have made those leaps in. So this section of the world, digital racecraft, is seen as the breeding ground of the next races, and a lot of these guys, I can tell you, would have sims. They're getting behind the wheel when they get home. They're doing that extra work because more laps upon more laps upon more laps mean that you show up at a racetrack. You don't show up at a racetrack for the first time ever in the real world these days and set your first laps around there in a similar piece of machinery. No, that work starts at home.
Yeah, 1 minute board about to be showcased up at the moment. And did my eyes deceive me there, Scott? Or does Piri Birambakdi there and that number 12 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Acura, does that have a light bar on the left-hand side to help recognise which car it is in the night?
Yeah, that it does. That it does. The only concern I have with that is that taking away from the driver's visibility? Just the way that our eyes work, lights close to them can make everything else appear just a fraction dark. So I actually have a genuine concern about, is that an issue for them? But they are going to stand out in amongst this field.
You can see the staggering on the grid. The last cars there, or the last crews, then leaving at the 1 minute more warning. You are not allowed to have any crew out there on track at the 0 mark, and you can see they've got the timer there in digital up on the top. When that hits 20:30 local time, they will be allowed to roll out for their 1 lap. And some drivers then electing, at least in these early stages, to go with the dip beam. Others deciding, you know what, we want to dazzle and see none of the cars behind. We're going full beam out there overall. And imagine being out there on, say, your highway, your freeway, your motorway, however you want to call it, and someone full beams you from behind and dazzles you. As a racing driver, you have to just completely ignore that and just go all out.
Yeah, and think about the Lamborghinis as well with their endurance light bars and the myriad of configurations that you get. Green flag on the rollaway here. Interesting note, I actually had a discussion with Daniel Bilski at the 2025... No, my apologies, I walked that back. 2020... sorry, it would have been the 2025 Bathurst 12 hour. He was actually over there on that occasion driving Griffin Motorsport's GT4, and they were looking. He got a last-minute call-up of, hey, do you want to go and defend our championship from the 2024 Bathurst 12 hour and win GT4 category? It didn't work out for him at the time. But one of the things I said to him was that race releases and starts at the other end of the day, sort of a 5 a.m. marker, and you're racing from dusk into dawn. As we're going to get into our grid, and I'll finish that point after.
Yeah, so it's the Bkk.Lt 1 and 2 for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand then, with B-Quik Absolute Racing through Daniel Bilski, the GT3 am, the only representative of that, and then 4th position there for Razanakoto. Hank Kicks there 5th for B-Quik with Graham Dowsett 6th. You then got Saravat, Sreethanaronical there in the PSC Motorsport, and then Ananthorn there for Petrolife Racing Team, making it an all 77 4th row of the grid. Then you got the 2 AAS Motorsport cars of Thanapat, Karnasuta there, and Decathlon with Wing Hint Motorsports on Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Then on row 7, or row 6, as row 7 has Chris Vasaratna, and then Haridama Manopo there for Toyota Gazoo Racing Indonesia. The Elegant Race team there in 16th is going to be along the Inging Auto Works team. The second of them is with Prashpok there in 17th, as Shushin will be going then for then the run, or Shushin I should say, with Elias Seppanen for Air Engineering, and then Sontaya Kumplone then will be on his own then in the 19th position, then in the number 8 Porsche Cup car for the cabinet of men who love their wives. So as far as it now sets up, what a beautiful circuit it is under the dark. I don't think we get to see as much racing of this circuit under the dark as we should, and I think it's a beautiful case of seeing that. Rolling start, 60 minutes plus a lap, and the compulsory pit stop window opens at 25 minutes in and closes at 35 minutes in, with the caveat of if there has to be a safety car in and around that adjusts that period, Scott.
Yeah, it will be safety car. So that window, basically, if a safety car comes out, they will pause the window. That plays havoc with track position, because basically when the safety car comes out, you know, it's effectively a free pit stop. You save yourself a whole bunch of time. If you're in the pit lane before that safety car is called, you're allowed to finish your stop before getting back out on track, because effectively you've got in, you kick-started that one, you can't pause it in the middle of the pit stop and the driver swap, so you're allowed to kick on with that one. And I'll finish the point that I was making from earlier as well. When you look out the rear view mirror and any visibility that these race cars do have, you cannot tell what category of car is coming up from you from the headlights. You've got no idea. You can just see a pair of headlights and they're getting closer.
And that's why sometimes some series mandate that you have different coloured headlights between the category as well, so it makes it easier to distinguish what car is there behind you, and so you can tell that a little bit easier. But they'll form up now to their 2 wide and keep an eye out on the stops as far as they go between the bronzes, the solo bronze, the bronze silvers, bronze golds and silver silvers that are there. The success ballast of 15, 10 and 5, which will be weighted on into for each category, and how critical it is going to be to just set off at a good strong pace and allow for that room at the pit stop window. So a lot to try and keep in mind, a lot going on, and everybody is going to note what they need. In terms of your title contenders out there, it is 127 seconds for your race leaders of Peter Bkk.Lt and Kantasak Kasiri. It's worth noting here that Kicks and Goretti will have 1 less second at the stop. Let's get ourselves ready then, because an hour is going to be in play. We're going to race round the clock with the minute hand once here as we get ourselves set. Red lights are on and they are going to turn green, and we'll be off and underway for racing action here in TSS The Super Series by B-Quik, and all categories now get themselves off and away. Charge down then towards turn number 1. It looks like Peter Bkk.Lt has got just enough of a launch as they hit the brakes. Look to all go narrow for the first time. Attacking line in from Daniel Bilski there off of the start, looking for his way up into second. Doesn't quite get there, but it's a lovely clean start once again with a bit of 2, almost 3 wide down into the choke point of turn 2. Look at it, 3, 4 wide off the exit.
Yeah, 4 GT4s going through, and there's definitely going to be a rear tyre dipped into the grass. A little bit of dust being picked up and cast back across things. Look at the lights as they head down to turn 4 for the first time here tonight. GT3's in anger. There's the GTM. That is the Ferrari 296 challenge car as it tries to find its way in and amongst things and get away nice and cleanly. Get that temperature into the car. Feel out what sort of balance you've had. Don't forget, Reese, the last time these guys were out and on track, it was stinking hot. There was so much sunshine boring down onto the racetrack. Those conditions are so different under lights.
They very much are. I'll tell you what, that's twice you've called me, Reese, now, so third time you get the hat trick. So, as far as it sets, here comes the charge then, as you've got those two Toyota Gazoo Racing Super Evos 2s that are starting to work forward for it. They're charging through. I'm going to note out there as well that this is going to be important, that some tyre component, a non-starter here in this race. Climbing up the hill goes the 139 then of Haridama Manopo, looking for any way to try and get this one back in. An attack on the AAS number 19 there of Superform, and not quite managing to go and get that sorted. So it's going to be a case of fall into line 11, into 12, into 13, and then that turn 14 flick where you've got to just pick the right time to hit your marks. Anything more and you're sailing straight on. Lovely scrap back there for second. Cross of the beams then goes through from Daniel Bilski. He wants to find a way to get himself up into that second place. Gives Satapon Viracha something to think about. And no, he's not going to get the move done on Vonnegut. But Vonnegut here is trying to do everything he can to hold that margin. Runs a little wide on the exit. A big wiggle there from the Audi.
Yeah, just trying to get the power down as well. Just not necessarily applying itself to the road nice and simply. Now look at the headlights. Look at how much light is being generated on that rundown. So the rear windscreen is just full of glare. Full of glare when you look backwards. They don't spot your braking point. Again, the lighting is really, really good around here. There's so much circuit lighting, it's actually not a feeling like you're racing under lights.
Oh, he's off!
But that generates glare. Yeah, you're right.
Two tyres dip off, and he jumps over the curb a bit too aggressively, and suddenly Daniel Bilski realises, okay, I've got Iaro behind me. Russ Nakoto is going to want to try and make the move. So too is Hank Kicks, and there's the lunge down the inside then that is probably going to necessitate it. That's a bit too deep though, in through turn 4, and it's going to allow them to be side by side then into 5, but they fall back into single file as they go. Very, very busy lap 2 here at Sepang.
Well, they say the first rule about race car driving is don't have your teammate off. I'd counter that. I'd say the first rule about race car driving is be aggressive, make overtakes, go racing. That's really what's on the tin. The second rule is don't touch your teammate on the way through. But certainly, Bilski made a mistake. The opportunity was there, but good play and counterplay. Little mistake, punished in kind, but great counterplay back out the other side. Good sector time starting to come through. Pity Burn back to Gotti looks good at the moment. When he gets that little bit of clear air out in front, just tries to set daylight in between. Couple mistakes from Voravud, and this might be contact. Yeah, it is. And around goes the Porsche Cayman off the nose of the Toyota Supra.
Yeah, no good for the 611. That will be Chu Chin who ends up pointing the wrong way in that Porsche. And that will be tough for our engineering to go and deal with. That's probably then for a bit of contact with Prackpot there down at the back of the field. So the Yingling Autoworks racing team, I think, are going to have a little bit of a talk with the stewards after that one. Pushing through then at turn 14 and onto the back stretch here. Lovely line being set with the two Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand cars right now, because Grant Superform and Chris Vasaratna are trying to make sure they can give Kimik Kamasutra something to think about here. And every time you're trying to go and get this sorted, that number 9 is going to be one that's looking behind and saying, well, I don't really want to be fighting out there. I've got 136 seconds in the stop, and if you want to compare that right now to the likes of the 39 and the 19, that number 19 of Superform only gets 85 seconds out there as defensive line taken into turn 1. This is going to be an attempt of a force around the outside. Doesn't quite work. Chuck it back down the inside, and again, you're knitting one to per one right now as you look to try and get the launch out of 3 to open up turn 4 up the hill.
Yeah, but have a look at the pair of the Toyota Supras from Toyota Gazoo Racing that are just lining up to have a go at the Wing Hing machine. So, again, make a mistake, one of them is going to pounce, and that'll probably bring the other one immediately into play. But look at how close the entirety of the GT4 field as well. Just about the entire pack is at each other. You've got the 77A, the 91, the 139, and the 9, basically all just about locked together, about a second apart between those guys, and then the next group are all right on top of each other.
Yeah. absolutely flying at the moment. We are seeing that 77A already out clear by 4.5 seconds at the front of the field. Anton is absolutely loving it here. Our focus, though, remains on this group behind Xu Yin Wong out there, as well as Grant Superfong, who wants to try and keep this one as close as possible. 19 and 39 looking to battle for it, trying up the hill, stymied in the middle of the run, and it's attack or be attack now, because suddenly Chris Vassaratna wants to maybe think about, okay, well, I think I'm slightly quicker now, so I want my go down the inside here at turn 11. Not going to find it here, but look at that. That's an indication of what you can see out there. It's blinding.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, think about, you get a little bit of grease, a little bit of oil on the windscreens. You don't want to scrub it back and forth across the windscreen, because that just makes it all worse. Every piece of glare gets magnified across your vision, then changes things dramatically in terms of a visibility standpoint. But if you've got like chunks of debris and tire pickup all over the windscreen, the first response is, gee, I want to clean that. I mean, I sit there, I don't know about you, Jake, but as soon as there's a little bit of dirt on the windscreen, it bothers me, it gets underneath my skin, rattles me a little bit. I want to get it cleaned and cleared. That's my first thing, is I'll pull the washer bottle and try and get that cleaned off. That's not always the best thing you can do in a race car.
No, it's not, because you don't want to make your life even tougher than it needs to be out there. And I will note here something right now, as Daniel Bilski has found his way back to the rear of Vorovod. Oh, look at a brake glow there in the night. Daniel Bilski has just set the fastest lap of the race by half a second. That is a GT3 AM car that is absolutely rocking and rolling.
Yeah, they've got to punch above their weight right now. This is where they've got to make headway at the front end of the race and trying to disappear down the road if they possibly can. So, for now, it's nice and close between these next few cars as well. And the 26 machine caught up to and has made a move now past the 888 of Yarrow. And again, his responsibility. Sorry, my apologies. No, that's the second of our Audis. That's 37 through on the 89. So Bilski's got speed. Whatever they've found on that Audi, it didn't necessarily have great cold tire fire off speed, but it came to the Audi very, very quickly.
And not only that, you've got to talk about where they are in the championship, having just made that move. Double retirement at Bang Sen has really set them back, but that's a car that won the second round over in Buriram. So it's got pace to burn, and it wants to go out there and win races out there to get their season back on track. There's no Black Wolf Motorsport today, so they're automatically going to jump ahead of them. They are looking at Vorovod Borobakti there, and that pass, and that's their race for third in the championship. Vorovod gets closer back in that 296 Ferrari, but isn't quite there. Now you're going to have to tuck in underneath here to try and find this run, and that Audi onto lap 4 has got a bit of a gap here to try and close down here to Piti Birambakti here. 4.7 seconds over the line.
The tricky thing is, when we're looking at our GT3s, and the calendar that's open to us, the trickiest round of the year is actually behind us in race 3 and race 4 from the Bang Seng Grand Prix. So in terms of retirements, you're relying on something happening to a tire, you're relying on something happening from a mechanical perspective, because that is going to be what dictates what they need for the AM pairing. They need a wealth of points. They need a lot of things going their way. But you're right, a first place and a third place from their 2 successful finishes mean that, yeah, they're only batting at 50% race finishes, but when they do finish, they're on the podium.
They do, and that's the key. You've got to finish the race first and foremost, and then find your way up to the podium. That's going to be the ultimate key that you will be seeing out there from this running, and 10 minutes already off the clock here as that 89 of Vorovod looks to try and hunt down. They've got 5 seconds here at the moment over Henk Kick, so they're leaving Alessandro Garetti a lot of work to do, but they're now got themselves up to 4th position. So Iyaro Razunakoto has fallen back a spot then into 5th place then, out overall, and understanding exactly what needs to be done over the course of this race. Over the top of the crest here at turn 11, back down the other side and looking to chase on out there. And this is a case now of Daniel Bilski going, right, one car dealt with, now let's go out there and chase hard over to Piti Birambakti, because you want to talk about what you've got at the stops, because of those double retirements. They are well in the wheelhouse for a good result out there. They have got an advantage of half a minute, and they're only 4 seconds back after the first stages. They are on track to get exactly what they want, Scott.
Yeah, but they're going to have to carry that pace forward and see if they can't track things further down. Kick's made a mistake coming off of turn number 14, ran a little bit wide, so already starting to eat into track limits violations.
That's deep.
Well, now, yeah, deep at the final corner as well. Change of position. Was that? Oh, no!
Massive smash up for the team second in the championship. Henk Kicks and Iaro in trouble, and that is disaster for them and their championship efforts. That is going to have to necessitate a safety car, surely, to bring this one out. But those two will stare at each other. One went deep into the corner, one went deep out of the corner and spun it up. Replay needed here. So Henk Kicks is deep, but you see here, Iaro's gone in far too hot. He goes out onto the AstroTurf on the outside and bang, straight back across.
A lot of bodywork comes flying off the front left corner of the Audi as well. It's front left. It's effectively been wheel-to-wheel contact with a little bit of overlap. I think the front left is massively damaged on that Audi. I'm curious. No, have a look. Did you see? Yeah. The circle will do that one. The drawing on the onboard shot. The right rear tire has been pulled off. There's broken suspension arms on the number 26 Porsche.
Yeah,
they're both done. Safety car.
Yeah, safety car deployed. I'm not shocked to see that then. And look at the despondent faces at B-Quik there. They realise they are not going to get their team across to go and make that happen and make a pit stop for it. But that will neutralise the field, and suddenly this race has just changed. And also with it, the championship has changed as well. We will probably need to get a free shot of that as they go through, but look at what this will mean for B-Quik. They know it's the worst case scenario. 2 cars out of the race. One of them is the team that is fighting for the championship, and suddenly Piti Bhirombhakdi and Kansat Kasiri will look at that and say, all hard luck, but they'll do so behind a very wry smile.
Oh, I said it, didn't I? What? Not all that long ago. Have a look at the rear right corner of that Porsche. That is bent. Let alone that's the front left corner of the Audi, and the Audi was shuddering as it crept away from the scene of the crime as well. So I'm also going to say that the steering's broken basically on the Audi. Something else is broken in the front left corner of it. I wonder which car that is. I can't quite tell. The light bar that'll tell us. That's the Acura.
Very much will, leading the field, and to the scene of the crime, they are going to have to tiptoe their way through all of that debris that's now scattered across the circuit, and that is going to be a nightmare to get through. They're going to have to get the sweeping brushes out on that very quickly, Scott, when they pick up the safety car, and on top of that, it might even be, if it's too bad across the circuit, they might have to take the decision of taking them all through pit lane to avoid it whilst the crew do their work.
Yeah, so it's going to be... Well, the tricky part is you're going to have to get 2 trucks out there to rescue both of those cars. And the issue is it has to be trucks because they've both got issues that are preventing them from being rolled back behind the wall. If it's just a car that's shut off and won't refire itself, or there's some sort of electrical issue, that's fine, provided it's not leaking power out with some of the battery-operated cars. You can generally roll them behind a wall. That's pretty easy to clean up. But you're right, there's a whole bunch of carbon fiber that's going to be picked up. We're talking about how... Well, just put this in the back of your mind as well, Reese. These cars are second cab off the rank tomorrow as well. Sorry, Sperry. These cars are a second cab off the rank tomorrow as well. So for the teams to put both of those cars back together, and it's one stable, one outfit, one set of engineers and mechanics, they've got to strip down 2 cars. I have a sneaky suspicion one of them won't make the grid tomorrow, but they've got to have a look at them and make a call on which one they repair first.
Strike 3, and he knew it, did Rankin. Rankin, unfortunately, is going to be sent down to AA Pawtucket. But ultimately, as far as this now set, they are now going to be looking around at this, going, okay, chance to reset out there. And I tell you who it's going to hurt here, this safety car period. All the teams that have heavy amounts of time at their stops. So for those bronze teams, a safety car is absolutely their saving grace. Ananthorn was out and away to 10 seconds. Suddenly, you've got to do all that work again.
Yes, yeah, certainly you have to, and then think about the amateur combination as well. Daniel Bilski Sathapon, who is the car that you're talking about, sits second necessarily on the road. Their last results are DNF. Prior to that, you know, they were right there and in contention. But Vorov Birambaxi and Carlo Van Dam also didn't finish the previous race due to those tyre dramas that we saw in the breakdown piece as well between the two rounds. So you're right. There's a lot of opportunity here. Think about Graham Dowsett and Chris Vanderdrift. They're going to have an additional 15 seconds compensation time added to their pit stop for first time in the series as well. So they're sort of a little bit adrift, and we'll get realistically a read on what their speed looks like later on, you know, in the second half of this one. But we're sort of still building for that car and how their program is coming together. But yeah, this is going to be a hefty one. It would not surprise me if we go back green flag racing and the pit lane window immediately opens. We're just not too far away from that.
I'd also look at GT4, because GT4 suddenly becomes a very interesting prospect when you turn around and say Superfong's on 85 seconds and has a 51-second advantage over the number 9 car, let's say, for example. When the stops come in, you look around for Praha as well. We'll be very happy with the gap that is being necessitated at this moment in time. So it's really going to be about who can get themselves onto play. The incident is under investigation out there, and I can confirm that car 22 out there, which is Prachpok out there at this moment in time for Inging Autoworks, has been given a 15-second time penalty out on the course of the race for the contact we saw on lap 2, Scott.
Yeah, and well, what's one thing you don't want to see when you've got a time penalty is safety cars as well, because that opportunity to start to build and work on that margin is rapidly being eaten into at the rate we're taking. Look how slow they're being transited along the racetrack. That says the officials know they've got a lot to work with, let alone there's a lot of junk on the circuit, and they're trying to show the best way through all of that. You've got to... Now, there's a lot of latent heat in the air here in Malaysia, but all your brakes and that sort of stuff starts to cool down. You don't have to cycle them as aggressively or as hard. You do still have to keep some temperature in. And the thing is, how hard do you work all of the equipment, all of the componentry on board of these cars to maintain those temperatures? And another replay, I think we'll get that same instant. This will be an initial race start and the replay of things so far.
Everyone decided, let's funnel down to the inside, cover off the defensive move into turn number 1, and it was very well coordinated at the front of the field. The mid-pack had a lovely scrap as well. They were 2-3 wide. There was a little search over to that inside line. Really had to get out onto the brakes. I think that was one of the Inging cars there that had to try and really hit the brakes in the early stage, but then it all funneled out to 4 wide, and basically room had to be made, and it was a case of, yeah, even there, one of those Inging cars getting into the grass there through the start, making life very tough, very much a need of, I am going to go out there, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to try and stamp my authority on the opening lap, because they say lap 1, best lap for it, but again, you can see that's deep. I am shocked to see it plough that much through the corner. I know it's an off-camber corner here, the final corner at Sepang, but I am shocked to see how far that has gone through from Ayaro Razanakoto, of how far that's gone wide in through the final corner. Was he just carrying too much speed, trying to get it back?
I wonder if we can wind that shot back a little bit, and the thing I sort of want to highlight is the groove. So that's car 89 that's just come through pit lane, by the way. That's the GT3 car that was sitting in third place. And
did they get sent on a puncture?
Potentially they've run over something. Look at the roof, though. There's something to do with some of the final wrapping that's on the roof of that car that's not quite strapped down at the moment. The one thing I did want to point out is we've had a lot of racing here this weekend. Porsche Cup cars.
Oh, look at it, puncture.
Yeah, there you go.
That'll do it. That will do it, and that is a puncture under safety car conditions. And if they are getting that, they are going to have to send the safety car down through pit lane. It's disastrous for Vorevud.
Well, it'll matter. Well, there'll be some question marks raised. The question is as well, is it potentially, is that something from some debris down at turn 4 perhaps that's been dragged through 5 and 6 from the contact we already saw? Or is that to do with the incident we saw at the final corner? Because there could be a couple of different bits and pieces. There was a safety car in the Porsche Cup category that was held just before this as well. So there's been a reasonable fair bit of contact. So the one thing I did want to have a look at between car 26 and car 888 is just having a look at the line, and where we're under darkness, it's not going to pop up as much. So this is down turn 4. But watch this right here. See how he runs wide? He gets off the rubbered line and the angle's just all wrong. I reckon he's grabbed some marbles or there's something on the tyre because of the angle he's taken the corner at. And remember, he sort of had to wait a little bit to tip into the corner because car 26 was in hot in deep and pointing that car effectively on a wider middle of the corner trajectory. I wonder if car 888's has it potentially picked up some detritus on the tyre as well, some junk on the tyre. And that might have been another element, another factor in there, because when it got wide, it just plowed. And he was definitely hard in the gas because as soon as it caught the curb, car come around.
Well, it just gripped up, didn't it? Whatever it was that was there on the undersurface, it just gripped back up and turned it round. And that just tells you all you need to know about that incident. 38 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock as far as it goes. A lot of time being bled off here under this safety car period after the massive hit between the two B-Quik teammates then of Henk Kicks and Yaro Nyanya Raznakoto, then who found themselves then at the final corner. They are under investigation with each other at this moment in time, and they can see there a bit of the crew coming over to have a chat then with the AMG Mercedes lot out there, and that's just giving you a lot of understanding here that teams are constantly communicating to race control, to everyone that they need to try and say, look, this is how the race is going about, and we need understanding of this issue, that issue. They're trying to probably understand at this stage, down with Dowsett and Fonderdrift at this moment, when the compulsory window actually opens.
That's where I was going to go. I wonder whether or not, because, I mean, if it's about tyre pressures or temperatures or that sort of stuff, it's about a technical stuff. They'd be pointing at screens, they'd be looking at things. If it's, you know, say the god-awful word at the moment in Australian car racing of tyre pressures and restrictors, as have been bouncing around in the news like you wouldn't believe here in the last sort of couple of weeks. If it was that sort of stuff, we'd be looking at technical screens and pointing out at data screens, or they'd be being made aware that there's some sort of penalty coming their way. But they're not doing that. That just seemed a generic rules discussion, and I was thinking you said exactly what was in forefront of my mind. They're not done with this car. So this is the second of the cars to be pulled away from the scene, and it's being craned up and away as well.
It'll be another lap because they absolutely have to get that off the racing surface. It's not like the old days of racing where you could just leave it at the side of the road and then everyone would just have to find a way around it. That is, we have got to pull this car up. We've got to get it off the circuit. We've got to get the surface cleared before we can get ourselves back to running action out there. So there is the lone figure waiting then of Satterporn wanting to get into the car at the moment as they very much tiptoe. Look at it, all the way over to the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of the circuit there to try and avoid anything that has been pulled up or put together. We know that the tyre temperatures are going to be dropping dramatically. Brake temperatures, oil pressures going to be a lot cooler as well. They're trying to do everything they can to keep it working in a window here. So they have got the full tractor on trying to get it pulled away. And the longer that those tyres sit out there waiting for that window, they're going to get cold as well, Scott.
Yeah, but look in the background. That car's still not off the track. They're still trying to lift it up and away. I tell you what, that's a crane that's out there now. That's one of those mobile movers. They haven't even bothered with a truck to get out there and pick the car. Are they going to take it over to the grandstand side? It looks like, or are they going to? I think they're going to back it through the wall.
I think back it through the wall is probably the easier option. It's very, very narrow, and we are confirming here 15-second penalty for car 22, and that will be taken at the pit stop. So imagine the success rate is an extra 15 seconds. They've got to do their mandatory stop plus an extra 15 seconds, Scott.
Yeah, but the benefit is they obviously can serve their penalty and then continue on with their race. And if there's another safety car later on in the piece, their penalty's out of the way. That's the benefit. I don't think there'll be too much debate about that one. They would feel they're definitely at fault. The opportunity to serve that penalty then comes in handy. The night race from Sepang 2 years in a row has been the one filled with drama. I can't believe it. The last year it bucketed down rain. This year, teammates getting into each other.
look at the way that hooked back up, which indicates something front right tyre there that hasn't really played ball, and then suddenly it just turns around and does what it needs. Pit window will officially be delayed, then it says from race control, so we will wait to get that clearance of when that pit window opens, and there will not be very long for it in order to get that all sorted. Almost half the race then scored complete. We've had a good 4 laps now under this safety car window, just trying to get themselves cleared and around at the moment. It is the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand number 12 of Piti Bidonbakdi and Kantasak Kasiri, who are currently in control. Daniel Bilski and Sathapon Viracha, second for B-Quik Absolute Racing. In third is Graham Dowsett and Chris Fonda Drift, and most of the reason of the trouble that we've seen as this looked like to be a great chance in the scrap for third out there for Vorevud and Carlo Van Dam. The issue they have, a puncture has put them right to the back of the field in 16th position. I suddenly turn around and look at it. They're going to be, well, at best, 4th place here in this race. And they're not going to lose massive points for the issue they've had, Scott. But the key is, when they've got that Acura out there, championship leaders leading, they are looking at this as the golden ticket for their season. This is a must-win race for them, but they know they've got to try and outrun Bilski, which I think is going to be the problem. That 27 Audi is going to fight its way back into title contention today.
Well, we were talking about it only being about 4.5 seconds off the lead once it got clear of the 89 car as well, and it was starting to make inroads. So it's definitely capable of walking itself back towards those front couple. Short pit stop today means that Kantasak Kasiri is really going to have to run hard and try and run those guys down as best as he possibly can. Also generates a tricky prospect for car number 89 as well. And the issue that they've got, the ongoing discussions from the team, the crew, I do wonder for this car, car 7, what that was about. But there was definitely some animated discussions going on with the official. The second half of this one as well is car 89's at the back end of the train. Well, that's a GT3 car behind a whole bunch of GT4s. I would be saying to race control, if I'm in their shoes, can we sneak off? Are you going to open? We're going to go green here. We're going to go green.
We are. And so just before the halfway stage, the track is cleared up. So the Mercedes safety car pulls away. And for Piti Bidonbakdi here of the Bidonbakdi dynasty, who are so influential as the founding family that has created Singer Beer, which is known worldwide, this is the chance to get their restart sorted. We'll be back underway with just about halfway to go. Immediate pull into the pits from third position from Dowsett and Fonda Drift. That's probably what they were trying to get to. Is that window open the moment the green flag drops?
Well, they were trying to get Vanderdrift immediately into that car, Dowsett to be pulled from it. And the other car that I'm looking at is what's happened to Vorevud. Yeah. I hope he's dived in, because if he's at the back end of the train, no, he stayed out. He stayed out.
Oh,
so he's got to fight through all this traffic. That's going to be disastrous.
I think that is that's a mistake out there from Vorevud and Van Dam. I think they haven't read the rulebook, and that was so smart, incredibly smart out there from the likes of Graham Dowsett. Get Chris Fonda Drift into the car and get Team NZ flying with their quick driver faster than anybody else. There is the sole remaining car now up in third position, the 77 of Saravert Sritharanakul. Then for PSC Motorsport, climbing up towards turn 5 now to sweeping lefts and rights. And you're seeing just how critical it is to just keep yourself in this 1-4 position. Look at this. Through the right, then they start to figure it out. And look at a side-by-side here in GT4. Now starting to realise, hey, look, we're going to have to get busy on this restart.
So I was just watching my timing and trying to pick it out as well. The pit window opened at 9:02 p.m. and 41 seconds via our clock. That means that effectively that was at about 31 minutes and 45-ish seconds on the clock. Pretty approximate there. Let's have a look at Carlo Van Dam. Vorevud Bidonbakdi trying to cut his way through the traffic.
Oh, he's missed out.
Yeah. He got through, and the GT4's driven back down and around him. So he's struggling to fire the tyres back up. But the other thing is, that window's going to close at about 21 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. You've got to serve your pit stop before then.
Yep, so they got 8 minutes from this position out there, and so you're really starting to find just how critical this one is in terms of how they're setting up this race. Up the inside, and it's going to have to fight on the outside and push out wide there, the GT4. That's going to be a little bit of a misdemeanor there. They're not going to be too pleased about seeing that one, but Voravad Birombakdi has got to get this one down to pits, and has got to get that one down to pits. I would argue ASAP, little wiggle under braking there, just in front, so just having to manage that, and everyone's going, oh, that's deep, that's far too deep, and now it's going to have to be a taking lane. You've got to wait your turn as you go through. Single track pit entry out there. Worst place to go off is on pit entry. Lights flashing. Come on, what are you doing? We got to get moving.
And have a look at them trying to pull it up down to a 60k. There was nearly an accident on pit lane entry. Did you see that? Voravad Birombakdi pulled the pit lane limiter very, very early. Bilski got into the pit lane before Birombakdi did in the Ferrari. And I think Pitty's Birombakdi's in as well. So everyone in GT3 is now in the lane or serve their stop. The 7 car is already back out and on track and circulating around for their lap. So it's chaos down the pit lane because of what this safety car's done to the race.
It is absolute chaos that we see at the moment, and there is that number 77 that is making its progress around and is saying, look, we're going to be happy with what we're doing. Oh, little look over to the inside there. Anathorn there, and Haridharma there having their scrap out then as it goes. So this is going to be big right now. Toyota Gazoo Racing underneath a little bit Petrolife under a bit of pressure here right now from Toyota Gazoo Racing Indonesia. They're wanting to give a little bit of the what for at this moment here. On the brakes goes the 77, being chased hard, I believe, by the 611. So that will be Chuchin out there, who'd be a lap down. So it's not a battle for position, but it was still a very important measure of moment out there. And I would indicate with that stop, that's probably now been changed over to Elias Seppanen.
So it'll be a change of hands at all the pit stops for these drivers. It's chaos here when this happens and when we're trying to cut our way through this, because you've also got to have a look at who has done their pit stop, who hasn't done their pit stop. Have they complied with the regulations around the pit stops as well? You've got to have a look at minimum pit stop time. So the front cars at the moment are actually going to be some of the GTM GT4 field. Because all of our GT3s dive straight into the lane to get their pit stops out of the way. Here comes, I believe, the 77 car. No, the Petrolife, they're going to continue on. And that's the GTM leader just ahead of them as well. So they're actually battling on the road. And here comes some of the cars back out of pit lane. They're going to wind up only just a lap ahead of everybody else. And there's the 89 machine. They definitely missed a trick in that car.
They very much did. I would like to point out, Scott, that GTM leads the race.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Such as the quirk of the pit stop system. Have a look at the disc. How good is racing under the lights, though? Everything that gets hot adds a little bit of flavor, a little bit of color to that picture. And it just, you really get the opportunity to see the energy that goes into these machines. And I reckon there's nearly a front bumper that's a glow and a rear bumper of the car ahead that's a glow after that.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a case of, okay, Porsche and also the lovely Toyota having a lovely scrap out there. This will be Kimmich then trying to go out there, Karnasutra, who's just come into pit. So this will actually be a little bit further back, but this is going to be important here. Every group now is going to be working on its fight to try and go through. So this should be then Kantati Kasiri, who is in behind the wheel, but on this outlap, oh, that's a lunge and a half. Straight down the inside. Is that too deep to get it sorted? My, oh my, what a move there to try and get that one back. That is what we call ace racing. And suddenly on the scene, look, this is full position, and you got to try and pick that through. So that would be Mitchell Chair, who'd have got just behind the wing in 39, having all of that battle to go through. But welcome to the party, and try and drive yourself back through the field. This is going to be an absolutely ace run to try and get the passes done 1 and 2. GT3 Ferrari finding its way through. It's going to be a case of I needed that one to go through, and quickly there from Carlo Van Dam, messing around, not at all.
Yeah, no, and you've got to be aggressive through the traffic, realistically, from a driver. We're expecting these GT4s to go 2 laps down if we went green. I'm glad we said if we went green. Gee whiz, that's a late braking moment and opportunity. But again, aggression. And then Van Dam lines up to have a look at the rear of them, and he's on coldish tires that he's trying to generate. let alone, trying to feel out what that car's got. Did some bodywork get impacted by that puncture as well? So it's not necessarily just get yourself out there and be aggressive on the tyre. You've got to bring the car up to you. You've got to respond to the situation. The pit lane rejoin. How good is racing for Sepang?
How good indeed. They were lucky that they didn't create contact there. They had to be very switched on to it there, as I believe that would have been the 22 potentially coming out of the pits there that they were having to try and just avoid then to get back up to speed. 77A then down in the pits, and I believe you got the likes there of Sarava in, Manopo in, and Grant Superthong in, so keep an eye on Sutapong then in terms of the pit stop and getting back out into category position here with 2:11 remaining on the clock. And look at the margins here. It's Daniel Bilski who leads in GT3 over, Thathelporn in GT3 for the 27 of B-Quik. Then it's Team NZ, and they've got 16 seconds to chase down, but Chris Thunderdrift has just set the fastest lap of the race of a 2:08.4.
Yeah, so he's really bringing himself into the conditions as well. That also places pressure on the cars that are in and around them as well. Don't forget the GT3M competitors have popped back out into P2, I think, in terms of... No, sorry, my apologies. I'll take that one back. They're actually GT3 leaders at the moment in terms of things. So car number 27 does lead the way. But again, Am driver combination. Vanderdrift, mate, how about a welcome to the series, walking away with a win. And again, sometimes luck, the joy and the beauty of sports is yes, there's a better team. Yes, there's a better car. Yes, there's a better ability to structure something and put it together on raw talent. And then sometimes luck just plays its little bits and pieces. If this was a spreadsheet simulator, you went out and you ran your qualifying time and you ran away with those results, my word, this would be a boring old sport. That's why it is what it is, right?
Very much so. This car's got to come in this lap. This is Anna Thorne here, who's going to have to hand over to Super Kit here and say, look, we're going to have to get that Petrolife car in. We haven't served our stop yet, and it's possibly the only car that needs to in its current guise. So it will jump down then into pit lane and say, look, we're going to make our service and do exactly what we need to at this point in time. This should cycle out the field then and put back again Daniel Bilski into position of leading this one outright. The safety car has completely changed the way this goes. Now watch how quickly they're going to have to be jumping in. Now a little adjustment there of the tyre pressures on the rear of the car, Scott.
Yeah, and what happens basically is as the tyres warm up, as they come up to pressure, they start to overinflate. So you want to take a little bit out of that, get down in there, take a little bit of pressure, and you'll start at the rear, but you want to try and service all four corners and just take a little bit of tyre pressure out. They do this basically at just about every level of motorsport globally.
I've just taken a look at the times. Chris Thunderdrift took 5 seconds out of Satapon Viracha on that last lap.
And I'm just having a quick look at where they're sitting in terms of track positions. So car 27 at the moment, they're only out and in on their own. I was sitting there and looking at that and going, perhaps was there some GT4 traffic? No, those guys were on their own. They were all isolated. Move and change for position here as well.
Yeah, good pass then and sorted out there. So Grant Superthong then sees that pass then sorted and scored around him. And he is keeping a very close eye then as he is on his outlap currently trying to get him up to speed. Now the 39 here. This is going to be Mitchell Chair to the inside. He's going to get by. And this is the caveat here of a bronze-bronze pairing. You get all the pace in terms of the pit stop, but now you're going to see all these places just go 1, 2, 3. It's like being in quicksand.
Yeah, and the whole point is over an hour worth of green flag running, you get that opportunity to pull that margin out or at least use your AM driver against the other AM drivers up front on the race. The net detriment that we've seen as a result of that safety car is it's condensed everyone together. So basically what you're seeing is pit stop compensation times shuffled that order back up. The guys with the longest pit stops were just basically sent to the back. That pit stop compensation time is effectively their distance from the race lead compared to the shortest pit stops in the field. And you're seeing that in both categories.
Daniel Bilski gap down to 8 seconds. The 77A still waiting down there on pitch to allow themselves to go. If they turn around and look, it's going to be it's going to be Todd Kingsford, at Inging Autoworks, who should be taking the lead of this then as they start to move forward. Now they'll get the drive and out of the car then, and very happy with his work, I would say, would be Anathorn there as he looks to just put his helmet down, back up to speed again, and now it's going to be a tough day for Superkit at the office to get this back with 19:45 left on the clock here and working into turn number 1. Now it's get it up to speed and give it a good old chase.
Yeah, and he's popped back out just ahead of, I think that was the single-digit car, wasn't it? The number 9 that's running around at the tail end of the field, I think. So, yeah, you're right. Lots of work necessarily to be done, and time running out. 20 minutes on the clock. We're only going to get ourselves about another 10 laps plus that additional lap, so work to be done. Drive yourself as hard as you possibly can for what you got left, because again, we were talking about the tyres. They take a beating around this place. Mate, they've only got to do 11 more laps. They can handle that. They can deal with that. They're not going to blow up in that time. So just
good move.
Absolutely rag it on. Yeah, get the move on. Get aggressive.
Yeah, 39 there of Mitchell Chair getting another one sorted out as he looks to get past Xiaokat Takuma then for position. So that is another case of I've just got to keep running through these cars one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Gap for the race lead down to 6.1 seconds out there. Graham Dowsett, Chris Vonderdrift, doing an excellent job. Kantasat Kasiri, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 10 seconds behind in 3rd position. And if you're turning around and saying you got drivers out of this championship and you're only going to score 3rd place points, opportunity missed right now. Satapun Viracha has got to try and hold his ground here, but every lap a couple seconds off the back and you'll get that notified, not just on the radio, but every time you see the board as you go by the line.
Yeah, but you've also got to think as well, for Satapon Viracha, I think Vanderdrift's going to get here. I think we're all confident he is going to get here. Only 1.8 seconds taken out of the race lead last time by. It was about 2.6 or so for the car that's in 3rd spot. So they're also going to start to run them all the way back down. It's a long, long way. They're going to have to maintain that pace advantage for the entirety of the stint to get back there and get that race win. But hey, 18 points plays 18 plays 15 points, which is the margin between P2 and P3. That eliminates our championship lead down to 2 points between, my apologies. I'm going to walk that back. I've got that one wrong. Hank Kicks and Alessandro Goretti are out of this one. So yeah, I was looking at that as if that was actually car 27 plays car 12. It's not going to be that way, but car 27, you're right, needs a bucket load of points. It's really the only one that's left in it that's possible of scoring that bucket load of points.
Maybe 21 clear.
Yeah, geez, it's going to be... It's been a championship of just make sure you finish every single race. And so far, only one car that's still here this weekend has done that, and that's the 12 car. And that's really the difference in the championship.
Yeah, that's the GT3 battle as far as it sets through the final corner. There's the chase of the Acura there with the lovely light bar on the right-hand side there for Kantasat Kasiri, who's trying to do everything he can to bring this gap down. It's down under 4 seconds now here on lap 15 as far as this one goes. This is going to be a case of everyone is seeing just how that is setting up. Praken currently with 20 seconds in the back pocket here for Inging Autoworks in GT4. That's something we haven't talked about. A GT4 AM here, Scott, for Inging Autoworks, getting the result that they absolutely have been clamoring for. And remember, that car took the win in race 1 all the way back at the opener. They're only on 31 points. They'd love a good result here today.
Yeah, and I think that all sort of stems from Todd Kingsford. When we saw him last year, he was really an amateur driver at that point in time, but he's really improved himself quite massively. And to be honest with you, he's now matching out there with a lot of the pro drivers he's out there and amongst. So he's just run, I think he's actually just come back past the stripe for a 2:17.692, and that's that car there in the 95 machine leading the race at the moment. Todd Kingsford is putting the hammer down. The fastest other lap for any of the other GT4s, I think it's actually just been improved upon, was a 2:17.202, and that's the 39 car in 2nd place. 0.4 of a second they've managed to take out of them. You're going to need a lot more than that to run down 20 seconds.
You definitely do, and you've only got 15 minutes to do it, so you've got a quarter of a race to go and put that together. The math ain't mathing out there at this point, and so they could be well on their way to their second win of the season. It is by default at the moment 5 of 5 for PSC. This Ferrari now can take this basically as a test session. They're currently in that 9th spot. I think their goal will be, can we get to P6 by the end of the race?
Yeah, P6 outright. Always a bit of an opportunity. Last time by was the 2:19.374, but again, you're right. Just look after the machinery. Somebody in that team, I'm sure, would have said to them, hey, you're the only GTM left out there, and it's about just sort of a little bit of celebration. But that car's been quick over the last several of years as well. It's been in there. It's basically been dominating the GTM category. There's been a few Porsche Cups there, come out and show things. We've had a Lamborghini Gallardo on the entry list a couple of times. It hasn't necessarily broke cover, as we've seen in certainly a while, but and then the Mark car's also not been able to make its way out. Unfortunately for Corliss Racing Engineering, Lanatec, with Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, again another car on the entry list, hasn't made it trackside as well there, Sparrow.
No, but this fight for third certainly has made it here, and now for Xiaokat Takuma here, it's going to be a case of, can I hold back Kantadi Kasiri out there? Kantasak is out there in the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car, but Kantadi is going to have to try and get the AAS Motorsport number 91 to sing back up into third position here. It is Porsche playing up here against then the lovely Toyota Supra that is battling itself out very well at this moment in time, and this is going to be about whose margin is going to hold. Now those Caymans out there do have a restrictor on them at 53.7 mil.
Yeah, so again, just limiting the ability for that car to generate, and again, that's the difference between the Supra. Motor in the front, motor in the rear, and a little bit of a different evolution of those race cars as well. But albeit the straight line speed is very, very similar between all of them. Something's just popped across the timing screen and has me have questions, but this is on screen.
Yeah. Oh, side by side, there's wheel rub between them, trying to cut back in underneath. Brilliant stuff here. Kantadi Kasiri gets the drive off the exit, but he's on the wrong side of the road here, going towards turn number 4. But critically, Xiaokat Takuma is there. Now a pit lane procedure violation under investigation for Chris Vonderdrift and Graham Dowsett. Now this would be a bucket of cold water on their effort. What a scrap back, but it's deep here through turn 4. They'll fight all the way back to 5, trying to go the long way around here at 5 and then into 6. Well held there by Xiaokat Takuma. Their Kantadi Kasiri gave it a really good go, and it didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, gonna have to earn that one. Day late and $1 short to try and get that one done. Still 12 minutes on the clock. Still a host of laps certainly in hand. Have a think. Put the thinking cap back on and think about how you can certainly staple this one back together. Now remember, Car 7 was also the ones that was also talking to the officials. I'm going to go out on a limb. Okay, we were talking about firing off at the basically as we went green. Well, there was a number of cars that basically fed off it and went into the pit lane as we went green. The second half of that one is, was there too many people perhaps in and around and working on that car at the time of the pit stop? Would be the second one. That might have been the discussions.
So it's either how many people are working on it, is it a case of everybody's looking around and saying, have they not fulfilled their minimum time requirement properly? Or it could be something else that you could be looking at that could be the problem. Meanwhile, they're on it for the race lead, so they've got to drive as if there's nothing hanging over their heads. Look how shallow that is. Through turn 7, the Sparks kick off of the exit then. Bilski takes a defensive line. Satapun Viracha, Chris Vonderdrift close, but now looking to the outside here to try and pick up drive of the exit, and again clouts the inside curb.
And the rub blocks are starting to certainly get their money's worth and their name's worth. Switches back to the inside, up the inside at 10 and 11. Shows the Audi the outside, slams the door shut. Vanderdrift, new race leader.
Look at that, a critical pass that was needed to be made, and now they've just got to run for it here at Team NZ. Up the hill at 13 into 14, and now just build margin here because Satapun Viracha does not have the same amount of pace that is out there at this stage. Chris Vonderdrift has himself the margin, but now he will know that he has got to try and keep himself pulling away in the final 10.5 minutes of this race.
alternatively, is it perhaps a jacking procedure? The car had to go up on the jacks for a tyre change or something like that. Did they perhaps shove the jack up underneath it? But again, he just turned it back. He found a lot of griff where he wasn't finding it before and then switched it back up the inside, late and accurate on the brakes. Left space to the outside for the Audi, but again, dirty side of the road, long way around. There is a little bit of asphalt and curbing there that you can use, but you're going to have to wake up a lot earlier than that to get that one done.
Oh, 219!
Oh, what?
They're going to have to throw something for that. It's absolutely at a standstill unless they can't. Yes, they can get it back going again. That's troubles then for the Elegant Racing team then. Still waiting to get a safe rejoin back to circuit. What has happened there for Raymond Liu?
I'm wondering if he hasn't bounced off curbs and the car's ended up sideways and he just went, well, the easiest way to go get about this. Has he beached the front half of the car on the curb and going for a reverse?
They were fighting Inging.
Yeah.
They were 6/10 behind at the line, behind Thanacorn there, Inging Auto Works. So I wonder whether there's been something between them where the Inging cars run wide and the difference has been that then. 9:07 on the clock, but it's very rare you see a car parked like that at turn 2.
And again, the looming factor over car number 7 as it's taken the race lead in its first weekend in operation in the series is pit lane procedure violation. And we just don't know. There's nothing that's coming in. So normally, when we get a pit lane time infringement, you haven't served your minimum, there's a different message that pops up. That one tells me it's something to do with the pit stop. But again, Vanderdrift is challenging. Just look at the way that he's using all the curbing around the track. He is using every little bit of the facility that's available to him and a lot more, and the Mercs bouncing off everything that it looks at. But hey, how about a shower of sparks under the light in Sepang?
Yeah, nothing better than that. First warning then for car 77A out there for track limits. That's Superkit, who is down there in 12th position overall and 7th in class as far as things currently stand. We're looking here at this battle that is starting to form up here. This is between this is a Afik then with Cantadi and Sukiat here. And the Ferrari challenge is going to get one, and it's going to have to look for a way to go and find the other here, try and get the drive off the exit. So set yourself in line. The AAS Motorsport car very smart to it and steals the line away. Look at this then. The Porsche Cayman's going to start getting in on the scene here. Just the pick opens up the ability to go and attack that back. But ultimately, you might need it on the short shoot run here to 7 and 8. Not going to find it here, so now it's set up, and now we got more side-by-side here on the front stretch in towards the opening corner. And by the looks of that, that is the charging Vodovod then turning around and saying, look, we're going to need to try, it is the charging Vodovod, Carlo Van Dam even, I'll correct myself there, going, right, we're going to get through a bit of lap traffic, still 11 seconds off the back of Cantasac.
Yeah. So work to do, but work that is still an opportunity. The big question mark will be, they're taking 4 seconds a lap at the moment out of Sathaporn Viratura, and Viratura just lost probably about 3 seconds in the most recent lap to Cantasac Kasiri. Margin between those two cars now is down to 8.2 seconds, and this is actually car 12 in its quest to try and track down this Audi just ahead of it. There was 3 B-Quik Absolute cars that started this race. 2 of them have clouded each other. There's one left.
Well, it's the only one left, and there is the looming light figure in the distance right now of Cantasac Kasiri trying to get that Honda NSX absolutely charging back here. This Evo 2 package then is trying everything that it can to get itself into position. The lapping process taking its full form at the moment here of the GT4s that are moving themselves around. But now is the time of content that is needed. With 6:13, you are hoping that you are finding time and time and time again to go and pick it up here, and there is what they are trying to chase down. Satapun Viracha, who has not been able to hold the same level of pace. Daniel Bilski has proven well, and again, a little wiggle as you come over the top of the curb there, or over the top there of the brow of the banked corner. You don't want to be catching a slide like that too much.
No, not necessarily, particularly with traffic just down ahead of you as well. This is going to be all about making sure you can cut your way aggressively through the traffic. Yeah, and I was looking at that. I think there's been some holding up there for Sathapon Viracha, and he'd be starting to get frustrated. There'd be messages coming through. At that rate, car 12 is going to catch the back of car 27 at the end of this lap.
And this might be an important championship move here for Kantasat Kasiri and Piti Bidon-Bakdi. They're currently going to be 21 points clear in the championship with a third place finish. They're going to get even more if they get the pass done on Sathapon Viracha. And this is crucial for them. Maximise the poor result today here of the likes then of those of Henk Kicks and Alessandro Goretti, of Ayaro and Stuvik. They'll look around at those two and go, well, they've done us a huge favour. Now we've got to go and execute on our strategies. So much we can do. And on top of that, they're also eyeing up what's happening with car 7. This could be the battle for the win today.
It could be. That question mark just continues to loom and hang over our heads. At this stage, it's been under investigation for so long, it says to me it's going to be a post-race review, which means in 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap, we just are going to have to deal with this race lives under a question mark of a result. I hate walking away from a racetrack at the end of it and saying, well, we've got to leave it in the hands of the stewards. Everyone gets robbed of a result when that's the case.
Well, when we find out, we'll find out, and we might just have to let you know tomorrow morning. But this is going to be huge here right now for Kantasat Kasiri, who has been absolutely hounding the gap down to the likes of Sathapon Viracha. Look at that margin. Look at the way he pushed going out there of turn 14. All the wheels deciding he wants to go for it. And now he's a mile deep under braking right now. Just got word in from race control. Car 7, pit lane procedure violation. Decision to be determined post-race. So we will get eyes on that as and when that's dealt with post-race. But this for second place is very much on. Weaving and flashing. It's the oldest trick in the book, Scott.
Yeah, but there's also a mark where that starts to become a distracting feature. That's a safety issue. So Kantasat Kasiri is letting him know he's coming. Earn it on the racetrack. You've showed you've got a boatload of pace. I don't think you need to be on the flashes. That is a secondary trick to let somebody know I'm getting frustrated and getting caught up behind you. Now he's got to earn it here on his and he's shown he's got the speed, and Sathapon needs to show him, no, this is mine. Come and get it if you can.
Outside line's going to have to be here. Is this going to be enough for Kantasat Kasiri to get it done? He's going to get forced out. He's going to get pushed out. And ultimately, it's going to be more than enough to say, look, I can hold my ground at the moment, but there is still time to go and get this back. 2 minutes 45. Traffic in front of them. That's going to be the 77 that they're going to have to clear here down the inside. One's going to get through at turn 7. The other then at turn 8. Having to give the room to go and make that happen. It might have just saved them. The blue light flashing on the gantry as they go down. No chance of a pass then being found here at turn 9.
Kantasat Kasiri, you're a silver-rated driver, mate. Get off the headlights. Start making action. Carry speed. Figure out how you're going to pass this guy. You've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds or so. There's an opportunity whenever he's going to make a mistake. But you need to stop worrying about pressing the headlight button, and you need to start driving the wheels off of this car. I don't want to see you show up on the scene and just say, hey, I'm quicker. I want to see what you've got as a driver. And that's what this boils down to.
More traffic to try and navigate through, and now the drive off the exit is going to mean everything. Over to the right-hand side, they're going to have to clear the indicator left, saying, I'm going to let you have that position, but now here comes the chance then. Side by side, it's going to be almost contact. He lifts out of it because he's gone sailing into the corner deep. Brilliant on the brakes goes Kantasat Kasiri, and a must-make pass with 1.5 minutes to go puts them into an ace position here today at Petronas Sepang.
And the thing is, that could be the pass for the race win. It won't necessarily be the pass for the race win out on track. Timing and scoring, and when we take the last lap board, will all be determined by Chris Vanderdrift in car number 7. It's a post-race penalty. It's a post-race infringement. They're not going to decide it without discussion with the team. They need to figure out what's going on. Here comes the replay.
Right, here's the pass, and this is critical here. A bit of side-by-side, and that's the moment I realise I'm going to have to be earlier on the brakes there in the Audi, and that's just brave there from Kantasat Kasiri, stating and posturing, I am not going to move over for anyone. I am holding my line. I'm going to pin you down over on the inside of the circuit, and I am going to waltz clear into this second position. Yes, I am 10 seconds behind Chris von der Drift, but that still depends on what the penalty will be post-race, and that's why von der Drift here at this stage of the race, Scott, is still pushing.
Well, could you imagine if it's a 10-second time penalty post-race and it doesn't change anything? Because right now, at the start of the most recent lap, the margin between those two cars was 9.946 seconds. If it's a 10-second post-race penalty, look, if it's a penalty post-race, it's probably going to be a drive-through would be my decision, or it's either going to be a drive-through or disqualifications, basically what I'm going to say it'll end up being, which means that this car basically becomes irrelevant. But time has elapsed. We're going to get a last lap board, and yet again, Sepang under lights has delivered. It's drama, Sperry. It's drama of a different sort. It's a different race. It's a weird race. It's a funky race. But then again, when you come to Malaysia, you kind of got to expect that.
It is a race of races where you say nothing was ever going to be guaranteed. You thought this was going to be a form book day of Singer Motorsport Team Thailand versus B-Quik, the way that the top five sat themselves. Last lap board comes out then for the driver of Chris von der Drift and Team NZ. They know that they're on the pathway of, okay, what can we get out of this? An extra 15 seconds at the stop that they were allotted because of the fact they're a brand new driver and team combination that's here with us in TSS The Super Series by B-Quik. They know they've got something on the element, and Kantasat Kasiri is absolutely marauding here. A 2:09.8 was 1.1 seconds quicker on that last lap, and absolutely they needed to. There is Todd Kingsford then in complete control of his division. He's got the margin right now of currently 20 seconds over his category battle that he's got at this stage. He'll be so elated in the 95 team at Inging Autoworks. This will revitalise their season. But von der Drift now working through turn 6 and over towards turn 7 and 8, knowing they've got to keep the cadence up with that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, having to get a brand new car, spending the extra money, going up to that next level and saying, right, we're GT3 racers now, let's show what we are all about. The look over then into the background, there is the light of the Acura trying to chase down. Kantasat Kasiri is giving everything he can for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, knowing that their championship lead is about to balloon out to a much more comfier margin, but there are no guarantees that their season is score complete. The way we've seen, Vodovud and Carlo Van Dam will be unhappy with the puncture they got under safety car period that mires them in fourth. Bilski and Satapun Virachan have done everything they could as a GT3 AM, trying to score the result that they've had to, but they are turning around and saying there is not much more that they could do about Team NZ. We will not know if this goes official to it because post-race penalty aside, but at least on circuit it will be smiles all round over at the number 17 because Graham Dowsett and Chris von der Drift will come to the line and win under the lights here at Sepang.
Wow. What an hour worth of racing. Kantasat Kasiri will come home in second, but I think he will know that is very, very likely to be the race win. However, there was traffic. There was traffic for car number 12 in that final lap. And remember, it was 8.8 seconds at the beginning of the final lap. It's now out over 10. So I'm going to volunteer 3 potential penalties. There's a time penalty. I just don't think we'll see that. I think we'll see effectively a drive-through penalty escalated to a time penalty, which would probably be in the realm of 30 to 40 seconds, somewhere in and around that. Alternatively, monetary penalty is the other thing that I was thinking about. Potentially a safety infringement breach. They do tend to go that way in terms of safety breaches.
They do, and so hold on to your hats and wait for this one to be sorted out post-race. But a huge, huge result at the end of the day for Chris von der Drift and Team NZ. on debut, getting their win. We can confirm that over the line, then it is going to be a case then of we wait for the likes then of Todd Kingsford to come along, because this is going to be a lap of honour then for them and the 95 by the looks of things when they last crossed the line. So I would be turning around and saying they have got that run. So I don't think it's going to be Cantadi then who's going to be taking that result in the 91. We are waiting for that extra lap to tick over and basically say they have got the result in GT4 as a GT4 AM for the second time this season, picking up a huge victory in the back pocket. But there is Kantasat Kasiri then in that second position with Pitibir on Bakti, and they will go through. And I'll be just taking a look around and saying, yep, the result is there and through, and they will be marked down then in their fifth position and taking the GT4 crown out there. But there's your winner, and just getting word that penalties just come through. It was your winner. 15-second time penalty. Chris van der Drift is not going to get enough. They'll be marked as second here, and Kantasat Kasiri and Pitibir Bakti have won this race for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand.
Yeah, but controversially, P2 by 9/10 of a second, by the way. Sathapon Virachur misses out on P2 overall by 9/10 of a second to a 15-second time penalised Mercedes. Well, now they've got to try and communicate with them where to line up at the Vollards. Do you feel like this is a Sebastian Vettel moment where he parks up in front of the number one board, or he parks up in front of the number two, grabs the number one board and sticks it in front of the car? What have the team done? What is the violation for, though, that you get 15 seconds? That's an odd penalty to me, because
they're pointing
being told.
now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the awkward push back. Sorry, sir, you're not first. You are second here today. And that is going to be a real sting in the tail. And I want to understand here right now, Scott, I want to see Chris van der Drift's body language as he comes out the car.
Yeah, because you've done everything right as the driver. You've done absolutely everything right. Is it perhaps a driver's assistant they used in the pit stop to pull the drivers from the car? This will be a really, really interesting moment for a couple of tricky reasons. I tell you what, van der Drift might leave that helmet on a fraction longer than you'd expect. The best thing about helmets sometimes is they hide all of your facial features from everybody else around you.
Yeah, we're very fortunate, me and you, Scott, that we do a lot of sim racing, and we get to see a lot of emotion from drivers right in the moment. The opportunity to hide away from the world is there, as out of the car and smiling about it then is Kantasat Kasiri, who will be getting that result. And we focus on the winning team, as quite rightfully you would in this situation. Van der Drift, though, I believe, will be the story over at Team NZ as we take this look across. And now the first time, and there the helmet comes off then for this moment in time. It's a ride height check we're hearing out there at the moment, or seeing there right now, that they might need to have a little look at that. But look at that.
He's frustrated.
He is frustrated right now. You know, if he wasn't such a professional out there, that helmet will be slapped onto the top there. And a nice shake of the hands there with Sathapon Virachur. Good race.
I mean, he's happy with what he's done. Like that's what I read from the way that he was posturing himself there is, I've done everything I can. I absolutely have done everything I possibly can. There's this one's not on me. I'm happy. I got out there. I got aggressive. I overtook cars as I needed to. I've polished everything. Interesting to know, that ride height check that was slapped on board the Merc as well, it was the only one that was sparking after getting on the inside of the curbs, but he was massively on the inside of the curbs as well. So for me, I'm not concerned about that just because of the raw bouncing. But and then again, you know, team learning to set that car up, learning to make sure that they're right at the end of the race. And I don't know if you noticed, but it was very, very intentional, the lines that Van der Drift was choosing on the way back to pit lane through, 5 and 6. He was very, very wide at both corners, as much pickup as he physically could. But also don't forget that goes onto the surface of the tyre. That's a few extra mil.
Yep, absolutely. Give yourself a bit more ride height there. So very much trying to get the line that is necessary out there, but a huge day and moment out there that has said The race ends up in race control, deciding this one out there with Kantasat Kasiri officially marked as 4.6 seconds clear of Chris von der Drift at Team NZ, and we'll get the chance to listen in.
ได้ไหมครับตามเป็นตามแผนแต่จริงๆเราก็ไม่ได้การแข่งขันน้อยแล้วก็ในระยะเวลาครับเราทำมาแล้วครับก็ของทีมช่างครับเราทุกคนรู้จักครับผมก็แสดงความยินดีด้วยครั้งนะครับสำหรับผมวันหนึ่งวันนี้นะครับครับขออนุญาตถ่ายจากรถแบงค์ครับ How do you feel today for the night race?
It was kind of good. We're a little bit probably disappointed now because we're looking like we might have a penalty. So we'll see how that comes out. So we should have won the race. So good start from the car and Graham and Dean race together at the first time. So we'll see how it goes later on.
Okay. How are you?
We've been a little bit behind all weekend, but with the race. It's great to be back with TSS.
Yeah.
23, so it's a good result, but we'll see what happens after the race. We've got a confusion and
Yeah, I think. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations.
Scott, interesting scenario. Both drivers didn't know.
a little frustrated.
No, yeah, they really had no idea, and the first real opportunity they had from that. Hang on, Bilski's going to have a chat here.
Really, really strong pace. For the first time in my life, I was faster than Izzy in the Honda, so that safety car really cost us a lot because I was confident I would get past him. Really, I don't know what happened with the other two cars, so that's bad for the team, but Max did a great job. We've been working so hard for the last few days to try and get to grips with the tyre conditions and the heat. We have no aircon, so it's a bit tough. But the first stint was solid. I was quite happy with it. It got a bit robust with the Ferrari. I'm going to have a chat with them afterwards. But good result. Not what we were hoping for, but tomorrow we're going to get the elbows out, the gloves off, and go hard.
เป็นไงบ้างครับสนุกนะวันนี้ก็ครั้งแรกที่3ครั้งแรกในเลนก็อาจจะไม่ถือว่าเป็นผลงานที่ดีแต่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ทำทีมร่วมทีมงานก็ดีใจครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับติดตามผลงานที่ต่อไปครับผม
A couple of little comments that come out of a couple of those interviews right there. Yeah, we're talking both the drivers from the Mercedes team didn't necessarily know, and again there was smiles all around. They were really, really happy with the way they went. This interview will be in other languages. This won't necessarily be in English, unfortunately for us. But Bilski was very, very positive about everything he had to say. He does a lot of racing around here in at Sepang in a lot of different categories. And like I said, he's actually a category manager for one of the other categories that's actually on and running this weekend. So look, if he's going to feel confident, it'll be at Sepang. Good job from him. Upset by the sounds of things with the way that he was. Or upset's probably not the right word. Annoyed, frustrated. Yeah, there was definitely some frustration with Vorovud Birambakti on board car number 89 as well. So yeah, a couple of little issues in racecraft and the way they went about it there. But hey, that's racing. You know, if everyone liked each other at the end of the day, we wouldn't love it as much.
Absolutely. It means the world out there, the amount of battling that is done and the ability to go and get the results that are necessary. But ultimately, the day for Team NZ is going to be very frustrated for them as well. But of course, there will be chances as well for B-Quik Absolute in terms of what they've been able to do, as we will listen in right now on the result here.
Race is good, as I mentioned, pace, finish the tyres. manage the pace, manage the tyres, and try and keep it consistent smooth all the way through. I knew if I went too hard too early, I'd burn new tyres and just catch me on the track. So I was just trying to find a good delta, good lap time, and just trying to stay in that range the whole way through the racing range.
โอเค thank you เป็นยังไงครับเป็นไปตามแผนที่เราวางแผนไว้ไหมครับ
ก็จริงๆก็ดีกว่าที่คิดนะครับก็เสียดายมาตั้งแต่บางแสนแล้วที่ป่วยเราไม่ได้ขับนะครับแล้วก็ขับชนด้วยแล้วก็คราวนี้กลับมาเซปังก็ได้ที่หนึ่งก็ดีใจมากๆครับ
ครับผมดีด้วยนะครับ
เป็นได้คู่ที่ดีด้วยครับ
Congratulations Congratulations. How do you?
Good. Of course, happy with the result. I think, especially after the last race in Bangsen, we come back strong this round. And my teammate here he started the race very well. And then when he handed the car to me, we were in a much better position for me to push and finish P2 today.
Yeah. How do you feel? I met you before in the first event.
Yes,
right?
yes,
How
yes.
do you feel right now?
I feel good. Of course, the result. Of course, we are aiming for P1 overall, but we are happy for the current result. For my stint, it's a pity that safety car for almost half of the session, but overall, I'm really happy with our pace and the weekend so far.
Okay. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
สวัสดีครับผมยินดีด้วยนะครับเหนื่อยไหมครับใครก่อนดี
คนเดียวเลยครับคนเดียวจบเลย
ใช่ครับพี่บุ้งครับ
ครับผมก็วันนี้ก็ยากลำบากเหมือนกันครับ
ครับผม
โอเคมันก็ด้วยความที่มันเป็นตอนมืดด้วย
ครับผม
นะครับแล้วมันก็ค่อนข้างมืดซึ่ง
Confirmation of result then as Kantasak Kasiri and the number 12 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand team win by 4.6 over Chris Fonda Drift and Graham Dowsett at Team NZ. It will be B-Quik Absolute Racing third and Singer Motorsport fourth. Critically in terms of the results of today and the points that go through, we do need to talk about GT4 for a second here, Scott, because this will be an extendment of the championship lead for Kantadi Kasiri and Bkk.Lt out there at AAS Motorsport. Their third place finish here today compared to I believe it is the seventh place finish of the likes of Superkit and Ananthorn at Petrolife will mean they will take a bigger margin into that second race, which will come along tomorrow, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and, again, work to do. We mentioned, lack of GTMs that were out there at the moment, but critically, there was only 2 GT4s that actually managed to hang on to that lap. The tricky part with the timing that we've got here as well is when you end up with a split race like that, half the field ends up on one lap and half the field on another lap just because of where the GT3s get through. So it looks like there was quite a lopsided race in there, but it was actually a lot closer than that. But that's the longest safety car period we've ever had in this series. It came at an awkward time. If that happens in the first lap, 2 laps, it doesn't impact any of the race whatsoever, but this is what it was like from the get-go.
Yeah, take a look through of the highlights here of just how much of a crazy race we were able to have. It was all about drive, and this was the first instant out there at the back of the field. That turned around then and saw it, but this was the one that sent the safety car alight here. Scott, bang! And that is what we would call expensive.
Yeah, right rear and a left front out of 2 cars from the same team. Scratching the head of how does that all happen then? Then it was time for the pit window and things to get on there. And again, car number 89 getting the elbows out, trying to get their way through the GT4 traffic, just not able to maximize the grip that was on offer to them.
No, but it did mean that it was all about the charge of Chris Fonda Drift and Team NZ, and then the light show there that was shown from Kantasak Kasiri trying to charge back. A few battles then that found themselves into play, a bit of side-by-side and rubbing in terms of the battle that sorted itself out, and they just about had an excellent fight there, did Bkk.Lt, trying to really go out there and show what it was. This was the pass for the race lead at the time, straight down the inside of turn 11, and that looked like it could have been job done, but this the move effectively for the win out there, chucked up on the outside curb, looking for a way, no room at the in there, have another go when it came to the final corner, turn 15, gets into the door and says, that's my move, and that ultimately became the move for the race.
Yeah, and after that sort of tried to set sail This car did everything they possibly could. Still head scratching going on from us up here in the commentary booth as to exactly what that penalty was for, but does not matter. For Chris van der Drift, he drove to the lead, he took it on the line. The problem was, your race leader came home, effectively P2.
I think what we saw from it would have been what happened before the window out there. So we saw that conversation that came along here, Scott. I wonder whether they were informed that they can't do that earlier on, or they were trying to get a rules run in and then did whatever they were trying to do and then got told, no, you can't quite do it like that.
Yeah, so I don't know, like, it's weird that you see an individual having a conversation with a race controller like that, and then something's still happening. So whether or not that message was not necessarily passed along in the correct manner, don't forget there is a language barrier in the racing and that sort of stuff that we do here, so there is a little bit of sometimes that communication about what you can, what you can't do, and therein lies the difficulty of going racing, in Asia, and with local languages mixed in with English, you get little bits and pieces of everything. You saw we had interviews, 50-50 in English and a mixture of other languages as well. So look, it's challenging. That's part of being a race engineer, a race team driver. Someone that's in and around this sort of stuff is making you do things to the letter of the law, because at the end of the day, that's what race control pin you back to.
Yep, and there will be a lot more busy racing action coming along tomorrow. The 86 Challenge will be setting it up at just about 10 to 9 local time as they will battle on for their second race of the day. And then just on the brink of lunch, TSS The Super Series by B-Quik will return for their second race of 2, and opportunities are needed. And it will be not remiss to say that B-Quik will be pulling an all-nighter to get 2 cars fixed.
Yeah, that's going to be... We was talking to Bilski about just getting enough parts flown in from Germany to get car 27 repaired on Bangsen Saturday to get it back out there for Sunday. And it didn't finish the race on Sunday. There'll be work to do. Communications back with Porsche. There's a lot of work to do to try and get both of those cars back out there. You don't break suspension parts like that. It looks like the only car that broke a little bit of bodywork off was actually the 888 machine. So the good news is, if they've perhaps got some spares available, there might be some Audi parts floating around here a little bit closer to Sepang, and Kuala Lumpur International Airport's only a couple K away. So in terms of flying stuff in, if it's going to happen, this is one of the race circuits where it potentially can.
Absolutely. You've got a very good opportunity to get your car fixed and sorted out. And these drivers and teams all know that they are officially at halfway in the season. The second half then of TSS The Super Series and the 86 Challenge will be coming along to you tomorrow from the entire team that's brought this one over to you here today, from Daniel Yeaman, from Scott Rankin, and myself, Jake Sperry, here bringing you all the coverage of the the evening as far as it sets. A lot to look forward to tomorrow with some amazing racing action, but the Super Series is proving just how super it is, and drama right until after the checkered flag goes. The championship leaders maximise their points. Kansat Kasiri and Piti Birambak Dino, Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, have just wrested control of the championship.